Good morning, everybody. Excited to see everyone today. All right, we're gonna get started. So, welcome to day three, everybody. We have had 2 full days so far of lots of learning. We have heard from individuals living with disabilities. We have heard from advocates. We have heard from allies. So, we've had a lot of really awesome conversations. Hearing from people who not only are advancing the work, but people who are doing the work and people who are recipients of the work. So today we have a ton of things to go over. We're going to do a quick recap of the last couple days. We're going to talk about what we're focusing on today and then how to participate effectively in the summit. So again, recap of yesterday. Um, I cried a few times, if I'm being very honest with everybody here. Um, we heard a really strong story about grief from Stephanie Fackrell. We had a really kind of hard-hitting conversation around caregiving and what it means to return to work. And so a lot of hearing straight from people who need the support that we're talking about today. They talked about a lot of barriers that exist that maybe we weren't familiar with, that maybe we didn't even think about until you become disabled or become a caretaker or something like that. And then we also talked about how action is really what we need to be focusing on. I think a lot of us in the day that we're in, especially if you're in the United States, it can feel like you're kind of frozen. And so what we want to do is give people the opportunity to feel seen, to feel heard, and to be able to make a difference in their workplaces. So today, again, we are going to focus on action. We are going to focus on steps that we can tangibly take to make a difference in the workplace. You're going to leave today with a lot of tools, strategies, things like that in place. And we're going to talk about accountability as well, because I think we know that if there is no accountability in what we're doing, there's kind of no reason to do it. So again, how to participate. I have shared and I will reshare again as soon as we kick this over to the panelists. But there's a code of conduct that we're all working with. If you're looking for cart captions, those are live. There's also a link that I will share again, but you'll just have to press the show captions button at the bottom. Huge shout out to Anna, who is our captioner today. The punk rock captioner is her name, and we could not have done this summit without her. She's also bringing in a sign language interpreter for one of our sessions this afternoon, which we're really excited about as well. We are having live conversations in the People Geek Slack channel, so if you're interested in participating, send me a message. We will get everybody added to that. And then breaks. You all should take breaks as you need. We have built in some breaks, but step away. If you feel like you want to have your camera off, do that. Whatever you are most comfortable with is what we want you to do today. So with that being said, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to go ahead and welcome our first set of panelists. So we have first, hi, Erica, welcome. We have Walt. Let Walt in. So, hi, Walt. Good morning. We have Megan. Hi, Megan. And then we have Megan. All right, y'all. Good morning. I'm going to kick it over to you all.
Thanks, Greer. Such a great intro for the start of our session today. As Greer mentioned, I'm Erica Cherry, and we actually pre-recorded the session for ease with just availability. We are here, but the session for the first about 40 to 45 minutes is pre-recorded, and then we'll go into a live Q&A when that is over. So I think, Walt, do you have the link and you're ready to share? Okay, so we're gonna all go on mute while this video plays out, and then we'll be back live at the last 15 minutes to have a live Q&A. Okay, thank you so much. Passing it to you, Walt.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and get this all set up and share. We should be in good shape, but I'm going to go ahead and get things going.
Hello and good morning. Thank you for joining us today to talk about accessibility in work travel. It's the third day of Rethink Ability, and I hope you're getting value out of different sessions you have attended. My name is Erica Cherry, and I'm from Brittany King.
Hi, my name is Brittany King. I am your neighborhood hope dealer. That means I deal hope with my words. I am the founder and CEO of Amplify Allyship. We teach companies how to use allyship as their competitive advantage. Yes, even right now. I want to transition here and provide you with a visual description of what I look like. I am a Black woman with caramel brown skin, and I am wearing my Black hair half up in a ponytail with the rest of my hair down, but laying on each side of my shoulder. I am wearing dark brown, tortoise colored glasses that are square-ish in shape, gold hoop earrings that are just smaller than the size of a quarter, and a navy blue top to match my logo that is shown on the Zoom background. But I'm also donning a really big, bright smile because I am so excited to be here with you today. Thank you for joining this conversation around acceptance. A moment. It is Monday, August 20th, 2018 at 7 p.m. in Houston, Texas. And I am driving from my sister's house with my two daughters in the back when I receive a call from my OBGYN's office. And I am a bit confused, but also alarmed because he never called me anytime, and certainly not after hours. The conversation that continued would change the trajectory of my life and my ability to travel for work forever. Fast forward 1 year and 1 month later, it is now September 2019, and I have just wrapped up a 14-day stay in MD Anderson Cancer Center. I am thrust back into the reality of single parenting and going to work, but I now have a different body. I am not even 35 yet, and I have osteoporosis and in menopause. Why do I bring that up, and why does it matter to you all? As a former HR talent and DEI leader who led these kinds of initiatives within talent or HR at some of the world's biggest brands, I myself was not ready for the reality of navigating the world and certainly work travel as a person with a disability. One of the most challenging things that I experience is when I go to a ticketing counter at my gate and ask for a pre-boarding pass or extra time to navigate down and get on the plane because I don't appear to be a person with a disability. I'm often met with strange, confused, and curious glances, and sometimes annoyed faces because I'm standing next to people who obviously have some kind of mobility challenge or a disability as evidence in their wheelchair or cane or some kind of medical support equipment. The conversation always leaves me feeling a little frustrated, very much embarrassed, and wishing that I had some other recourse than to wait to get at the counter to talk about this conversation. So I want to challenge each of you as I prepare to hand this over to the other leaders who will take you on this journey to discuss pre, during, and after work challenge. After work travel, I want to challenge you to be thoughtful about this philosophy that I have heard called nothing about us without us. October is National Disability Employee Awareness Month. And while I love awareness, I am challenging you all to take action. One of the most well-received activities I give all of my clients when it comes to a certain historically marginalized group is instead of just being aware and moving to taking action, just switch one of your regularly scheduled meetings to invite persons with disabilities who travel often to share what the reality is like for them. Your job as an HR leader is not to convince, cajole, or do anything like that. It is simply to gather data so that the voice of the employee you are seeking to be aware of has now equipped you as an HR leader with the tools that you need to create programs and strategies that are best for them. And I get it, we live in unprecedented times, but unprecedented does not equate to impossible. So as you navigate this conversation with these great leaders, I want you to think of one thing, and that is my ally framework. Please take your pen out or type this on your computer. A stands for audit. Audit your current approach to work travel for your employee. Does something exist today? Does it not exist today? Have DEI programs been sunset? Are you a government contractor, so you have to navigate this with particular issues? The next is learn. Embrace this as an opportunity to learn, share insight, exchange suggestions and conversations with each other. Find these folks on LinkedIn so that you can then move to the next L, and that is unlearn. If the world right now is teaching us anything, it is that the only thing that is constant is change. And then finally, I want you to yield. I want you to yield and let this be less about you as an HR professional and leader hired to protect the interests of the company, and more about creating employee experiences that will solidify not only that employee's success, but also yours as an HR leader. We know that belonging, inclusion, and equity work drive business results. So I want to just share my final parting thoughts with you. There is no one size fits all approach to allyship or creating strategies, systems, and frameworks to help your employees who travel for work. But there has to be a willingness to learn, to grow, and to reconsider how you are currently approaching travel. Until next time, friends, thank you for being partners in purpose with employees all over the world who have disabilities and struggle as it relates to traveling for work. Take care, everyone.
Brittany's story is a powerful one, and I'm glad she was able to share it with all of us. As we go through the rest of the introductions, I'll start with myself. I'm Erica Cherry, Fractional HR Advisor and Career Coach at Just Ask Erica. I'd like to provide you with a visual description of myself. I am a white woman with olive skin. I have long, curly, dark brown hair. I am wearing a black top, and my background is blurred. I'm going to pass it to Megan next.
Thank you so much, Erica. My name is Megan Maybe. I am the Marketing Communications Specialist at PC Nametag. I use she, her pronouns, and to describe what I look like, I have peach skin, I have brown curly hair that's pulled back into a ponytail, and I'm wearing a black sweater. And behind me, I have the PC Nametag logo in black and red. And I'm going to pass it off to Megan Winters.
Hi, my name is Megan Winters. I am the founder of Able Eyes and Able View. A visual description of myself. I am a white woman with olive skin. I have green eyes and today a matching green sweater. My background is blurred and my hair is straight today, although sometimes I go curly. And next up is Walt.
Thank you. My name is Walt Marchbanks. I use he, him pronouns. As a visual description, I am a white male with brown hair, and I'm currently wearing a charcoal polo shirt. I'm the Customer Programs and Services Manager with the Port of Portland, and most of my work centers around the airport employee experience, but I also have the pleasure of chairing our Accessibility Advisory Committee. And with that, I think we're ready to jump into the presentation, right? Because we don't have, yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Will. So I am going to share some slides. So this is our panel today. Thank you everyone for volunteering your time to this session. We're going to frame up the conversation as follows. You already know today's conversation is about accessibility and work travel. To set the stage, we'll start by looking at everything that happens before the trip, from planning a company offsite to designing travel policies that support business essential travel. Then we'll move into the travel itself, what it looks like to get from one place to another in an accessible way. And finally, we'll talk about accessibility once you arrive at the event, the meeting, or offsite you're attending. So I'm gonna stop sharing my slides as we dive into the conversation. So let's start at the beginning. Before anyone gets on a plane, planning is where accessibility success really starts. And as an HR professional myself, I am aware that employees have a lot of opinions with regards to not just making the event successful for the organization, but also making sure that it's successful for them as someone who may not be able-bodied or facing any other challenges. So what if HR is engaged with the employee population, that they will know what they need to do to support them. HR can integrate accessibility into travel policies proactively instead of reactively, and encourage a safe environment for employees to come forward with accessibility requests. So let's hear from some of our panelists. Megan, what accessibility gaps do you often see when companies plan work travel or events?
I would say that the two biggest concerns for many people traveling is the hotel accommodation and the transportation. So those are two very specific things that I hear over and over again. I should have said in my introduction just a little bit about kind of what I do. So my first company, Able Eyes, we do virtual tours for accessibility so people can see and explore and decide whether or not they feel comfortable in the space. And the second being Able View, which is where we compile accessibility information about locations all over the US so that people can see photos or virtual tours. So it's kind of like a TripAdvisor of accessibility information. So that's why I have this information even in my brain. Like I said, the two things that come up most often are hotels and the transportation. So let's say leaving the airport, what do most of us do? We get on our phone and we call an Uber or a Lyft. And that's just not a reality for everybody, specifically somebody that has mobility needs. There are some Ubers in some cities that do have accommodations, but that's not the case for many. So that needs to be determined ahead of time. If somebody has, say, a wheelchair, how are they going to get from the airport to their hotel? So that can't be oops, I'm off the plane and now what do I do? I don't know how to get there. That's something that HR professionals could kind of start thinking about ahead of time and have that prearranged. The second being the hotel. Again, there's a lot of different needs, not just mobility, but mobility has probably the most specific needs for hotel rooms as well. Things like is there a roll-in shower or a bathtub that could make a difference for someone? Also, if somebody uses a Hoyer lift, which is basically kind of like a sling to help somebody get from their chair to their bed, it needs to be open underneath the hotel bed. And that's not always available because in a lot of hotel rooms, they've put that barrier around so people don't lose things underneath their bed, which was genius in its own right, but then it took away the accessibility piece. And it's taken a while for hotel chains to realize that, okay, their accessible rooms have to have it open under the bed, but the rest of their rooms could have that barrier around it. So it's just taking into consideration, I think that, certainly the HR professionals should have that information ahead of time and have asked questions as to what needs their employees have.
Megan, how can digital tools like AbleView or other resources help HR professionals plan more inclusively?
Yeah, so again, as I just kind of mentioned, AbleView is like a TripAdvisor of accessibility information. It has a variety of details, things like virtual tours if they have them, audio tours if they have them. So for somebody who is not sighted, they could hear kind of the navigation of the space, photos with alt text, a list of accommodations that that business has, along with so many other things. So that could be part of that decision-making process for some of these HR professionals. If they know that a person needs a roll-in shower, they could go look for, whether our site, and there are other sites that do things similar. They could go look for sites that have that information. Like, is it open underneath the bed? Is it a roll-in shower? So kind of just piggybacking on the last question, it's just a place where you can find that information.
And how soon should employers get in touch with you or tools like AbleView to support them in their planning?
Well, so ours is a platform that already exists. So businesses are, they go on and they create an accessibility profile for themselves. So I can't guarantee that we have the business, or AbleView can't guarantee that we have the specific business in the specific city that someone's looking for. But it could be part of the onboarding process where maybe an HR professional says, hey, is this something that you would consider doing so that we can better plan for our employees? And I would say, creating a profile is something that takes maybe 15 minutes to 30 minutes to complete. It's not a real daunting task, other than maybe just going around and taking some of those photos so that there's adequate information visually. So it's really, it could be done in as little as a day, but maybe, giving a hotel a couple weeks would be ideal.
Great, thank you, Megan.
Yeah.
I'll transition this now to Megan, who is an event professional. How can event professionals work with attendees before the event to ensure their needs are met?
Thank you so much, Erica. I can kind of do what Megan Winters did and tell you a little bit more about what I do. So at PC Name Tag, I oversee our content marketing strategy, and I do a lot of collaboration with event planners to learn more about what they're doing with DE&I. So that's why I was invited to this panel. So excited to talk about my experience with event planners in the events industry. So to answer your question, Erica, I think one of the best ways that event planners can work with attendees to make sure that their needs are met is really making sure that the event registration process is solid. So if you come to an event website and it's really clunky and it's not ADA accessible, you might not even sign up for the event. So taking a look at your event registration process and making sure there's a question in there like, hey, what are some accommodations that would make this event more accessible to you, and having that be required and have everyone fill it out. That's a great way to learn more about what the attendee needs. And as an event planner, you can even get on the phone or send them an email to learn more about that and make sure that you can make those accommodations happen. And even if it's not something that's going to happen, at least you can try to work with the attendee to make it realistic. So it's a really good way to reach out to attendees and make sure that you can make sure that their event experience is great.
That's great. What is one thing event planners wish HR teams did earlier in the process? So curious about your answer here.
That's a great question. And I would say that event planners are very type A people, and so are a lot of HR people. They really like to have those deadlines, have those due dates, make sure they're up to date on things. So on the flip side, event planners are also very worried about, planning for every single contingency that happens, which I know that's not realistic all the time, but they want to make sure that they hear if your employee needs accommodation or accessibility needs while they're traveling, to tell the event planner as early as possible. I know Megan was kind of talking a little bit about that, and the reason why is that securing accessible features can have long lead times, and sometimes they do have high costs. So sometimes those last minute requests can make it a little bit tricky, not impossible. But I know Megan was talking about if your employee needs a hotel room with a roll-in shower, that's something that we would have to work with the hotel to make that happen. Other things like sign language interpreters, real-time captioning, and even some accessible transportation options. Sometimes we book those weeks or even months in advance, so it can be difficult or costly to figure out those things last minute. And then lastly, just providing materials in accessible formats. So like Braille, large print, electronic text, that does require a little bit of lead time to make those things happen. And event planners do want to make it happen and make sure that everybody has the best experience possible. So as much lead time as possible is great for event planners.
Sounds like it. I also think we have to aim for like the very best possible experience, but knowing that things still can happen and having that open communication with the employees that are in need of the services or support, that we have an open dialogue going with them. So it sounds like early communication and verified accessibility info are some of the secret ingredients to a smooth trip. But let's start traveling and see how everyone goes with being on the move. From airports to arrival, travel itself can be where the best plans are tested. So, Walt, this one's for you. What are the most common accessibility barriers travelers face at the airport, and what services are available to help?
It's been my experience that the number one and the first kind of stumbling block, no pun intended, that folks run into is accessing a wheelchair. Especially if you have a mobility need, it's still not well known that airlines are ultimately responsible for providing wheelchairs in airports for most legs of the journey. There are some exceptions to that, such as if you're getting a rental car, in some cases, the airport will provide a rental car or provide a wheelchair, or a vendor that's operated under a contract with the airport will provide that gap service. But for the most part, obtaining a wheelchair can be one of the most challenging things that a person can run into. And our airport is doing a lot in that space right now to understand those needs and figure out how to better serve the needs of those individuals. At our airport, for example, there are 4 different vendors that provide wheelchair service at PDX because the airlines can contract with whomever they choose to contract with. And that can create some confusion for passengers. So that's an area that we seem to still continue to run into challenges with. I will say from my experience that planning in advance, much like our other panelists have discussed, getting the information as early as possible and really understanding what the airport's accessibility tools and resources are. Every airport is going to have some level of accessibility resources that they provide, and they'll have those posted on their public website. So our airport is flypdx.com/accessibility, and we provide a list of all of the different accessibility resources, including technologies, how to obtain a wheelchair, and all those sorts of things on our airport's website. So that can be very beneficial.
Great, thank you all. How can employers prepare their travelers to use programs like TSA Cares or Hidden Disability Sunflower, which I haven't heard of either of these things, so I'm hopeful you're going to tell us about them.
Absolutely. So at PDX, of course, we have a variety of different programs. The Hidden Disability Sunflower Lanyard being one of those. It's available at hundreds of airports around the globe, and that program, you'll pick up a lanyard at a designated location. And again, airports have different models. We have them available at our airline ticket counters, which is a place where most folks are going to go. We also have them at the TSA checkpoints. And if you're wearing one of those lanyards, then airport staff are actually trained to provide additional care, provide additional resources for you as a traveler. So just giving them extra tools and resources. Yes, I always say that the TSA Cares is a great program. It's something that isn't really well known, but the TSA Cares program is a great thing. You sign on, you provide the TSA with your flight information and let them know what your needs are. It could be that you're traveling with an infant. It could be that you have a temporary medical condition, any one of those things, and they'll provide additional screening resources because, of course, the TSA checkpoint can be one of the most stressful parts of the travel experience just because there's a lot of uncertainty around that. How long is it going to take me? What's that going to be like? And if I have a disability that's going to be exacerbated, you're going to have a much higher level of concern, probably personally, or maybe even just because of some past experiences you may have had. So our airport really works closely and collaboratively with the TSA, and we have a really great relationship, and we have a really great TSA. So from that perspective, again, the accessibility resources on the website are a great place to go and seek all of that stuff out. But those are just a couple examples.
Thank you, Will. Megan, what can organizations learn from accessibility challenges that come up during travel?
Well, first, before I get into that, I do want to second one of the things that Walt just said about the Sunflower Lanyard and TSA Cares. I want to just throw like a quick personal experience in there. Hopefully, I don't take up too much time. But first, we recommend the Sunflower Lanyard to people all the time. But TSA Cares I have a personal experience with that. My mother had a traumatic brain injury from a brain surgery where she lost her short-term memory. So it's kind of like she can remember things from her childhood, but she can't remember like what gate she's supposed to go to. So she can't remember like the little things like that are happening immediately. And so she was traveling for the first time by herself, and I was able to call TSA Cares and let them know that she would be traveling and this is her condition and this is what would be happening. So if she approaches someone that they would know what was going on. And it was such a smooth experience, and she had a wonderful flight. So I just want to second everything that Walt said. Challenges that come up during travel, what can organizations learn? So I always say that bumps in the road are education, or can be education, as long as you do something with it. So oftentimes, when we're working with businesses, one of the things that can happen is that on our platform, people can leave a review for a business, but it's not publicly posted. The business gets to see that review. And the hope with that being is that we're not trying to publicly blast businesses in a negative way. We want businesses to have the information so that they can make the changes in a positive way. So using that information, because oftentimes it's not malicious, and it's oftentimes not that people are being neglectful. It's that they just don't know. They don't have the information. They don't have the firsthand experience in their life. And so by having information or feedback from people, as long as you use that information for something good or for a change, then bumps in the road are good. It's a positive thing to learn from.
Completely agree. Yes, we call it double loop learning on my side with the organizational background, organizational development background, where you learn something through a mistake, and then if you don't implement some sort of change to sustain not making that mistake again, then it's just single loop learning. You will make that mistake again. That double loop, it implies that you're changing something after you experience that mistake. It's double, that you can course correct and not experience that same issue again. Megan, this one's for you as well. How can feedback from employees be built into continuous improvement for future trips?
My suggestion for this would be kind of a universal design implementation of just sending out some sort of questionnaire to any employee before they travel, regardless of whether you know if they have a disability or not. If it's just standard practice that all employees fill out this form before they are traveling, and included in that form could be, do you have any accommodation needs? Do you have any mobility needs? Do you have an invisible disability we should know about? So it gives employees an opportunity to disclose if they choose. But also it could be an employee that maybe doesn't have a diagnosed disability. It could be somebody that just sprained their ankle, and they may have additional needs. So like I said, that's kind of a universal design implementation that I think could just work across all HR. If HR is just sending out some sort of questionnaire that's asking how can we best accommodate this trip, that would allow for continuous improvement across the board.
And it's such low-hanging fruit to be able to issue a survey to get this data before the planning starts. So unless you're planning a really quick trip, but just a couple of weeks to plan it, a lot of people start planning months and months in advance, and the survey is really easy to accomplish. Megan, if accessibility falls short once travelers arrive, say a venue isn't as accessible as promised, how can event teams respond quickly?
Oh, this is a really good question. I would definitely recommend that if you are planning an event, especially a larger one, a conference, I would definitely recommend having a dedicated accessibility point person or a full disability services area of your event. And then from there to have like a pre-approved list of like flexible solutions if an issue were to arise. So I was trying to think about what can event planners do to help remedy situations, but also if you're an attendee with specific needs, what can you expect from an event team? So first, I would definitely say to just stop, listen, and apologize. I know attendees just want to feel heard if they're experiencing an issue, and then to acknowledge that this issue is happening and that you're going to find a solution. From there, you can escalate the issue. That's when you can kind of pull in that accessibility coordinator and kind of use a fast channel to make sure that that issue gets fixed quickly. So I know a lot of planners use Discord or Slack or Teams, whatever works for you. That's also where those that list of those pre-approved solutions can come in handy. If you refer to that, you can make sure the solution comes a little bit quicker. Check in with the attendee, make sure that they know that you're doing something to work on the issue. And I would also recommend debriefing with the venue if this is something that they can also be tied in to work on, and also liaising with the HR team post-event to let them know what happened and what you did to remedy the issue.
Megan, yeah, having a point of contact seems like, again, something so easy to assign, likely someone from the HR team or the event team of planners. So thank you. We're going to transition to phase 3, which is, what happens once everyone arrives at the event. And, it's not always just a big event we're talking about. Some people have business essential travel that is more just part and parcel of their job versus a company-wide offsite. So, we are speaking to both situations. If you find yourself traveling for work, because you have a meeting in another city from your home, you're probably a lot more used to the travel and have your and are hopefully having all of your needs met already. But just a reminder to check in with someone from the HR team or your manager to make sure that you're getting your needs met. So, but at events, this is more of this topic I think is more focused on the larger events, but where, inclusion is felt or forgotten. Megan, what accessibility elements are often missed at conferences or meetings?
I made a little list, and actually some of these things I learned from Megan Winters. So if you need a point person to learn about these things, I would definitely point you in her direction. So just some of the things that I've seen or heard from event planners are offsite activities not being ADA accessible. I think is really important if you want everyone to feel included, making sure you're taking a look at the venue and how to get to the venue and making sure it's inclusive of everybody. Tight spaces between tables. It can be difficult to maneuver around tables that way. Loud noises, harsh lighting, offering only high tops at happy hours. I think, event planners think of that traditional look of having all the high tops, but that's not accessible for everybody. So having some lower tables is great. This is one thing that I learned from Greer Prosich. She said to make sure that your buffet lines are accessible. So make sure that you have a server ready to serve plates if someone's not able to reach the buffet line. So that can be missed sometimes. Not sharing information about accessible transportation options. And honestly, I'm sure Megan could add a ton more, but those are some of the things that I've seen that might get missed from an event planning perspective.
Megan, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that was a great list. Yeah, I have a few things for my next question that might feed into it. So when we get to my next question,
I jumped again a little.
All good, all good. And as an HR professional, when I am at events, it's also amazing to see an individual's team and peers also supporting them in real time. Like, oh, they can't get to the buffet line, but there's a peer that is willing to help them through the buffet line. So, while it does fall to the event planners and the HR folks and people like that, the teams are also really supportive when they realize that one of their own is in need. How can planners go beyond compliance to create truly inclusive environments? I'm going to pass this back to you, Megan.
Great. I made a few things that event planners can do. I think one of the first really big things is to create a really robust disability services experience, both on your website and at the event. I went to this event with PC Name Tag earlier this year. It was called Dragon Con, and they have a really great disability services webpage. So if you need some inspiration, I would definitely recommend checking them out. But just some things that they did for their employees that I found really inspiring, or for their attendees that I found really inspiring, was they had wheelchair accessible bus services between hotels, electronic convention schedules compatible with screen reading devices. They had sign language interpreters available upon request, scooter and wheelchair rentals on site, accessible badge pickup for anybody who might not be able to navigate those tight turns or be able to wait in long lines. And then I thought this was interesting. They had stickers that you could adhere to your badge if you wanted to, and they kind of talked about different medical conditions or emergency contact info. So if you need wheelchair seating or you need to sit at the end of the row, if you need space for your service animal, those were different stickers that you could adhere to your badge. So I thought that was really creative. Also, I would throw in making sure that you hire or appoint a dedicated event accessibility coordinator. Partner with a DE&I strategist, especially one that specializes in events. I think they can help you realize things you may be missing, which is great. I love the idea of offering a sensory-friendly space at events. I think this can benefit everybody. Sometimes people just need to take a moment for themselves and decompress. Partner with hotels that have a guaranteed number of accessible rooms to make sure that you can give everybody a great experience. And lastly, I believe it might have been Megan who brought up filling out the post-event survey after the event. If you didn't have the best experience, event planners want to know about that. So making sure that you're giving them feedback that they can work off of.
I loved what you said about the sticker on the badge. As an HR person, I would sense that people would be maybe fearful to do that because of feeling othered, but we also want to normalize the conversation around the fact that people have disabilities that are both visual disabilities where you can see that the person is disabled, but also those invisible disabilities that you can't see. And making sure we're talking about it. What does universal design look like in the context of a work event, and how does it benefit everyone? Megan, that one's for you.
Megan already had so many great suggestions and ideas. So I'm going to just talk about a couple that maybe weren't on her list. And actually this one was. But I was just at an event and they had an access table, like right next to they had a registration table, and then next to it they had an access table. So if you had any access needs, you would go to this table and you would tell them what it is you need. I need a sign language interpreter. They had like it's called Right Here. It's a beacon for somebody who is blind or low vision to be able to navigate through the space. So they had this conference was incredible in the amount of accessibility accommodations that they had. They also had a quiet area. I've never seen a quiet area or a quiet room at a conference, but it was just one room that was set aside. It had comfy chairs and couches and things in it. It was low lighting, and it wasn't just people it was a variety of people were going in there. It was just a place where some people were going and they were just taking some time to work. Some people were going in there because they had needs to be in a quiet space. And so it really, again, it was a universal, it was intended to be access, but it was universal design, and it helped a lot of different people. And the other one is anything that involves, if this was a group of 100 people in an audience, I would probably ask the question, who in this room wears contacts or glasses or readers? And likely 90% of the room is going to raise their hand. And so if you think about that as a disability and not just what everybody has, that is the importance of making sure that people are using microphones, because maybe people can't read the screens up like at the front of the room because they left their readers in their room or something. And so it's just it's things like that, and I keep going back to just kind of that universal design of things that people can do that really benefit all people, but also create better access for people that need it.
Thank you, Megan. Walt, sorry. Airports are often the bookends of a business trip. How can accessibility improvements in travel inspire what happens at destination?
You know, it's interesting you say. I think, we're such an interconnected space. The travel industry is we touch so many different parts of someone's journey. And, when I was hearing Megan talk about quiet spaces, the airport actually supports our governor's conference on tourism here in Oregon. And we actually work with the Autism Society of Oregon and Culture City to set up a sensory room at that conference and have done so for the past several years. So we also work with them on all kinds of other things relative to the conference. But really the journey, like you said, the airport is going to be kind of the starting and stopping point. And we own a really big piece of the responsibility of making sure that folks have a great experience, right? Because we're going to be one of the first or last impressions that the city or the region has on the attendees. So it's really important for us. So I think, to that end, again, it's really just trying to help educate, help provide resources for folks who need to access the airport. And of course, that extends to the airlines as well. So the airport is really just a portal to the airline. So the airport and airline always work really, really closely together. It's really a hand in glove situation that works with us, all of our business partners inside the terminal, our concessionaires, as well as the TSA. So again, I think really kind of going back to my point about, really working closely with individuals to really provide accessibility resources. That's really the biggest key. So as folks get themselves educated, get themselves ready for travel, they can really kind of know what to expect. Because if you look at the terminal map, you go, boy, it's a long walk distance. I think I'm going to need a wheelchair. Even if maybe you've just got a temporary medical condition, you need some additional support, familiarizing yourself with walk distances, getting yourself familiar with the airport layout. If you have a specific need, like say maybe you're traveling with a companion, you need you need a lift or you need some additional resources, just getting yourself familiar. And if you're unclear, uncertain, reach out in advance. Airports are going to have ADA coordinators. We have a really great ADA coordinator at PDX, and she's always very responsive. So if somebody has a specific need, they're going to be responsive to that. So as organizers and as conference planners, you can certainly look to that. You can look to the airport as a really great resource to help make sure that your folks have a great experience. I think the last thing I want to touch on with the airport is that we also have a welcome center that's available at PDX, and airports oftentimes will have those. Welcome centers can serve as kind of a portal for your conference to sort of serve as a place, as a catcher's mitt, if you will, to catch folks and engage with folks and intercept folks, assist them with ground transportation needs. Because again, to the point where, one of the biggest areas of confusion is ground transportation, right? Getting yourself to the hotel. You can't just jump in an Uber. Then your travel experience might look very different. Of course, we're very lucky to have light rail here at PDX to take folks downtown, which is a great amenity, especially if you have a conference that's happening at a hotel or something that's close distance to light rail. That's a great resource. But again, having a place where you can actually intercept your attendees is also a great thing to consider as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Walt. I'd like to thank our panelists, Megan, and Walt, for sharing their perspectives about work travel. And as we turn to our live Q&A portion, I'd like to ask the panelists one final question. In one sentence, what's one action every organization can take today to make travel and events more accessible?
Thanks, Walt, for sharing your video. And
All right.
we
Stop
only
share
have
here real quick. Sorry.
oh yeah, that's good. And we timed that wrong. The video, I think, went a little slower than expected, so we don't have much time for Q&A, but we'd love to, connect with people as they have questions for any of us following the event. But what is one thing that we can be doing right now? I'd say mine would be making sure that we are asking employees to share with us what their needs are as early as possible during the planning process. Anyone else have an idea or two?
I can go ahead. This is actually something that Greer Prosich taught me, and I know she's on here, so I'm saying hello to you. But one thing that she taught me is to say the word disabled. I think there is this stigma that, DE&I is a scary thing to talk about, but I want to push past that, and I think we can work together to make amazing things happen and stop being afraid to do it wrong or not do enough. Doing something is better than nothing.
I can go. I would say, and this isn't really even something that we necessarily covered because I think it's just general based on the people that are in this session. It's an automatic, but there are still a lot of people when they think about access needs and disability that are thinking about from a physical perspective. So, if somebody can get in the door and use the restroom, and somebody who's blind or deaf, but also taking into consideration what else is a disability, like those temporary disabilities that we talked about, or somebody with an invisible disability, somebody with a dietary need. That's another thing that probably should be part of that questionnaire. What access or what needs do you have? Include like what dietary needs does somebody have? So I think it's just looking at not just the obvious disabilities, but all different types of disabilities as well.
All right, Megan, I think I'm going to go next. When I think about the kind of key takeaway for me, I chatted with Steve Nelson, who's with Alaska Airlines, and obviously thinking about the airlines and the airport and their interconnected nature, it really kind of harkens back to just being prepared, right? Getting ready in advance, booking early, notifying the airline, downloading the airline app, and really familiarizing yourself with the resources and tools that both the airline and airport offer. Really, preparedness is the key to success with the travel experience, specifically as it pertains to the airport and airlines. So I'd encourage you to just, again, familiarize yourself, reach out, engage with the airline, engage with the airport, and they'll collaboratively make sure that your experience is good.
Thanks, everyone. Greer, do you want us to take any questions, or do we think we just have 1 minute left? So I think we kind of nailed the timing without the Q&A.
I think it was perfect.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for having us. We were really glad we could participate.
Thank you, everybody. We'll be taking a quick break.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Over the years, I've looked at a lot of resumes, and in this time, I've found that there are several different patterns on a resume that can signal that somebody has a disability. One of the important things to do is to be cognizant of these, because if we want to be more inclusive recruiters, we need to make sure that we're not perpetuating the hiring biases of old. First one that I would like to highlight is a resume gap. Now, resume gaps happen for many valid life reasons. So, for example, you might be a parent, or you might be taking care of a parent, but also they happen because of disability. And yet many recruiters are routinely taught to screen which might indicate that a person is not going to be a good long-term fit for your organization. However, what also happens is that people hop around between multiple different jobs because they struggle to find accommodations, accessibility, or even workplace inclusion. One thing that I see also is that a lot of times the more observable a disability is, the more likely a person is to experience barriers early on in their career. So I like to call this one the entrepreneur at the age of 22. Now, you may be thinking yourself, as a hiring manager, why would I hire somebody who's been a CEO into a data entry level 1 job? Well, the reason being is that many people with observable disabilities face such consistent and constant barriers to ever getting started that they just go into business for themselves. So it's important to take a step back and to consider maybe this person actually is looking for a job as that data entry operator.
One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. Sometimes. Murder. It's so bitter. Sometimes. Murder. It's so bitter. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry and we won't have to cry no more. We ain't gonna cry no more. We won't have to cry no more. It's gonna be hard. And we won't have to cry no more. We ain't gonna cry no more. We won't have to cry no more. It's gonna be hard. Sometimes. Murder. It's so bitter. I wanna let you know this evening. I wanna let you know that if you can just hold on. Sometimes. Murder. It's so bitter. Sometimes. Murder. It's so bitter. I'm the one. All I keep in God, no matter what, all that I'm doing. We ain't gonna have to find a tear. I'm the one. All I keep in God, no matter what, all that I'm doing. We ain't gonna have to find a tear. All right, team, welcome back. We are heading into our next session. So while we do that, I'm going to go ahead and have everybody be a co-host. So let's all go ahead and welcome Nathan. Hi, Nathan.
Hello.
We're gonna
Okay.
go ahead. Hold on, Nathan. I'm gonna welcome everybody real quick.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring Jen in. Hi, Jen. So good to see you. We have Noah. Good morning, Noah.
Hey,
So
everyone.
good to see you, Noah. We've got Kat. Hi, Kat. Good morning. And we have Paul. And I'm so excited. We have a sign language interpreter for this session. So I'm going to go ahead and get them added. And then Nathan, take it away.
Thank you, Greer. So, hi, everyone. My name is Nathan Chung. My pronouns are he, him. I'm an Asian male wearing a gray long sleeve shirt and glasses. And I'm honored to be here with all of you at today's Rethink Ability Summit. Note that captions and ASL are available for this session. As someone who spent years working at the intersection of technology and inclusion, I've seen how a single barrier or a single thoughtful design can change a life. Accessibility isn't a bonus feature, it's the foundation for participation and belonging. When we design environments, technologies, and policies that work for disabled people, we create spaces where everyone can contribute, connect, and thrive. When we center accessibility, we're not just helping others, we're designing a future that includes us all. And that spirit, and with that spirit of inclusion, it brings me to our next speaker, someone whose work truly embodies that vision. Please join me in welcoming Jennifer Smith.
Hello. How is everyone today? Can somebody give me a yes or a no and let me know if my screen is sharing and I can be heard?
Yes, it is.
Great, fabulous. So I'm going to dive right into this because I have plenty of content to share. I could easily take up probably a whole day's worth of time. But I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Jen Smith. I'm a white lady. I have rosy cheeks. I'm wearing dark rimmed glasses. I have long, straight hair. It's more silver and white now than brown. And it highlights that I'm sneaking up on being 50 years old very soon. I do have a day job with a familiar global company, but know that today I am here on my own accord, so the information and details I share are not held by the company I work for necessarily. For questions you have, please do add them into this chat, and we'll work to see what we can answer in the discussion section as well, or follow up afterwards with an answer in the Slack channel. So I want to highlight today the topic of reframing average, go into some accessibility basics, talk about people over compliance, and then highlight some accessible top 3 items. So I want to start with a story to help build a shared approach to the topic and reframe the word, quote, average, unquote. So in the late 40s, early 50s, the US Air Force had a huge major life or death problem on its hands, and that problem was not getting any better regardless of their approach. So in February 1950 alone, there were nearly 200 plane accidents. Planes like the F-51D Mustang that I have shown here in a black and white photo on the slide. And then there's also a photo of the cockpit of that Mustang taken over the shoulder of a pilot. So researchers at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base launched an investigation, and they were trying to figure out why the accidents were happening. The first instinct, pin the blame on the pilots, because the engineers could prove that the vast majority of the accidents were not plane malfunctions. But the pilots were also really baffled. They followed their best in class training and they could also verify it. So they combed through tons of reports and data. And then researchers decided to focus on the cockpit. And that cockpit was crafted in 1926 to perfectly match the average of hundreds of pilots at that time. So on the left of this next screen is a black and white picture of a B-29 cockpit at the time. It has dozens of levers and switches and gauges, but everything is really rigid. It's binary, off, on, yes, no. And then in thinking through a new design of this cockpit, researchers figured, well, pilots have probably changed since 1926. So they naturally did what most of us would do. They expanded their data. They wanted to study more than 4,000 pilots, which was the largest number to date. And almost everyone thought new measurements, more pilots, more dimensions equals the next perfect cockpit. And we're going to fix that problem. So now we bring in Lieutenant Gilbert Daniels. The picture I have here is him later in his life with gray hair and a beard, receding hairline, but still very dapper in a suit and tie. And at the time of the study, he was a fresh recruit in the Air Force and a junior researcher. He was assigned to help measure all of those pilots in 10 dimensions. And as Daniels crunched his numbers, he wondered, well, how many pilots actually fit this average of the measurements? And almost everyone surprised the answer was 0. The snippet of Lieutenant Daniels' report shows data where, in stature alone, the pilots who fit the average was immediately cut by almost 75%, and it went from 4,063 pilots down to 1,055. And the numbers continue to decrease from there in every dimension. And then when you get down to the end of the list, there were 2 folks who made it through the previous 9 measures. Then you look at the last dimension, and those 2 also failed to meet the average. So to be sure of the calculations, they expanded their research, more measurements, and they wanted to dig into the sheer range of differences in what was, at the time, a very homogenous group of people who already had to meet specific standards to become pilots in the Air Force. Remember, this was the late 40s, early 50s. So the information became the spark to guide the Air Force, and the Air Force created adjustable cockpits. Those cockpits can be customized to fit each pilot and solve a multi-dimensional problem. And by the way, if you want to learn more, check out the book End of Average by Todd Rose, and he highlights all of the ways that average, quote unquote, or normal, quote unquote, can fail us all. So this is a place I could kind of bore you all with usual statistics we see in articles and presentations, but I'm not going to do that. I want to talk about how we're constantly asked to do more with less. And in that space of scarcity, we're taking shortcuts to focus on what people think of as, and every time I say average or normal, it's in quotes because I'm telling you there is no average or normal. But as we zoom in and we notice our differences, we realize that in doing this, we're leaving out more people than we include when we take this approach. And I can't overstate the fact that making quality experiences and products means we make them accessible. And it means that we're breaking down barriers and keeping everyone more secure, their information private in the process. In this era, access to agency in all these digital spaces is just as crucial as our physical spaces. And a lot of business owners, higher ups, tend to wave off the risk of exclusion and lawsuits because settle amounts may not always be huge. And they become the price of doing business. But what is not figured into that price is the logistic and operational costs to merely get to that point of settlement, not to mention the disruption in the ability to focus on other work and innovations. So some companies are trying to address accessibility with plugins or widgets that tout the latest and greatest of AI, which those tend to be band-aid fixes that don't address the deeper issues. These are ineffective solutions, and they can leave businesses exposed not only to litigation at multiple jurisdictional levels, but also to cyber attacks. For example, in 2019, there is an accessibility overlay company called Nagich, and they were hacked using a JavaScript vulnerability that defaced around 1 million pages on thousands of sites. And many of those sites had global brand recognition. So those AI widgets are a prime example of people designing for people with disabilities or for large companies instead of designing with and by people with disabilities. They leave humans out of the loop, and they tend to group people with disabilities into boxes, if you will, without understanding the complex undercurrent of the human experience. The best AI solutions empower humans and enhance capability, and they don't just paper over broken experiences. So let's highlight some basics of digital accessibility. The first thing I want to call out is that in its simplest form, digital accessibility provides structure, similar to how search engines help organize the unstructured web. Good search and even good AI both compile information and share it back with us in a way that we can understand and interact with. Assistive technologies empower the same thing so that people have access regardless of their ability or their disability. So in the screenshot here, I have the W3C's website for Web Accessibility Initiative, and I highlight underlying headings in the code that users employed to build a mental model of the page's structure and the relationships that align with the visual presentation we get. There's no fancy features to turn on, nothing extra to download. It's just there in the code from the start. And that structure also gives people agency to explore the page they want to. Whether they're new to the site, they might want to explore it all piece by piece, or they may know precisely exactly where they want to go and the fastest way to get there. And in the digital accessibility world, like others, we have standards. Ours are the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. They're called WCAG. And those principles fall into sections around making experiences perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. And while not perfect, the guidelines do serve as a reference point for many global laws and acts that require equal digital access. And as the slide shows, there's a through line of permanent, temporary, and situational issues that all humans deal with around touch, sight, speech, hearing, and even more. So for example, with hearing, where all three would benefit from captions, whether someone is deaf with a permanent disability, they have an ear infection and it's temporary, or it's a situational limitation and they're working in a loud environment. This solution for one extends to many, but not to all. Remember, there's no one size fits all. So agility in these digital experiences of ones and zeros take that binary code and then creatively adapt it for complex worlds of different people. But the lack of flexibility, the lack of options, and clear communication are what lead to things like security breaches caused by skill-based errors, decision-based errors. For example, Verizon in 2024, they had a data breach investigations report, and that report highlights that non-malicious human elements are the most common threat and cause 68% of security breaches. So building in this flexibility, it gives people that word agency that I've used a lot to use things in a way they understand and they have control over. And without that, people are stuck using really rigid experiences that reduce them to a single nameless data point, a data point that doesn't fit the human experience or the environment at all the ways that humans interact with it. So in this, now I want to explore some people and stories that can help bridge our understanding and help us learn to build adaptable experiences that put humans first. These can help us learn where best practices and standards meet, regardless of what role you have or your job. And know that the people I highlight here, they're anonymized, they're kind of amalgamated stories of real people, people I know, I work with, I'm friends with, and I fiercely respect. So we're going to start with Jorge, who's 21, living in Atlanta and going to Georgia Tech in their School of Cybersecurity and Privacy. Jorge loves making jewelry. He's an avid reader and really digs fantasy novels. And he plays a sport called goalball every Saturday. And if you haven't looked at that, look it up. It's really amazing. It is a Paralympic sport. Anyway, Jorge has a concern that since he's been blind since birth, he's been excelling in computer engineering, but he's facing more hurdles as his courses get harder. And a lot of the tools really don't work for his assistive technology called JAWS. He understands different types of AI and he finds some of them helpful, but it isn't helpful when it flatters him or makes assumptions about what he needs to do and takes over for him. On his journey, the tools are getting less accessible, like I mentioned, and he worries that he's going to have to leave the field like others have, but he has heard of people successfully getting jobs and working through the problems. He's passionate about his field and he hopes that new AI computer vision models can bridge gaps by helping him access data visualizations, plus the ability to dig into numbers. And in his struggles, again, those inaccessible tools means he's either asking for help, he's spending extra time catching up to his classmates, or he's hacking a solution, sometimes with AI. But when things are accessible, he's often more efficient in working through his assignments than his cohorts. And Jorge's motivation is that he's got a full ride scholarship and he's super excited to be in Atlanta. He grew up in a small town in Montana. And Jorge has a lot of fresh ideas to bring and solving complex cybersecurity issues. He has unique experiences that make him an asset to his industry with novel ideas for using emerging AI tools along with tried and true software. Next, we're going to meet Preeti. She's 35 in Adelaide, Australia, and she's a new manager of an AI tooling team. And Preeti likes to explore new cities and food with her partner and friends. She's leading a team of 5 developers, and she's prepping for her first show as an amateur photographer. So Preeti's concern is that she had an accident and her dominant left elbow is sprained. So she's only using a keyboard now. Sometimes she uses a mouse if she has to. Also, Preeti was diagnosed with a condition called retinitis pigmentosa, or RP, a progressive eye disease, and is traveling the world before she completely loses her vision. Right now, her eyes are getting tired quickly, and she notices her field of vision narrowing. On Preeti's journey, she's working on a high stakes project and it needs authentication every 15 minutes. She has to re sign in. And she's tempted to go around security to prevent frequent logouts. But she's a professional. She's not going to compromise her credentials with a hack. And she just wants solutions that work, that help reduce eye strain, keep up with her productivity. And while she did share her temporary injury with her coworkers, she has not shared her other eye condition. The innovation project from Preeti's team has huge potential as a commercial product. And with her injury and vision issues, she's truly realizing how many tools rely on a mouse and good vision. Some aren't flexible enough to even adjust to dark mode or increased font sizes that she uses. Also, she's slow while using her non-dominant right hand right now if she's forced to use a mouse. Preeti's motivation is that she wants to make the most of being a new manager. Proving her skills with this high visibility tool could get her noticed, but failure could also mean lost opportunities. And she feels like if colleagues know about her RP, they're going to think less of her and her capabilities. Preeti is weighing the difficult decision to tell her coworkers or continue working harder to keep her disability quiet. Mo is 47. He lives in Warsaw, Poland, and he's a senior VP of sales at a tech giant. Mo loves skiing so much that he taught his dog to ski. He loves playing drums, cares for his aging parents, and is multilingual, speaking 4 languages. Mo's concern is that he has multiple sclerosis, which is a disease that impacts the protective covering of nerves. His symptoms flare up, they recede, but they're progressing more with fewer breaks. He frequently experiences brain fog, and sometimes he's so weak he has a hard time walking. Mo is also sandwiched between caring for his kids and his parents. And on his journey, Mo has spotty Wi-Fi with frequent travel, and it makes online work slow and harder. He mostly relies on his phone because it adapts to his ever-changing abilities, not to mention his changing environments. He avoids trying new digital tools like AI because it's just one more thing to manage. And when he debugs an issue for his kids or parents, he's tempted to cut corners and bend the rules because of the complexity. And Mo wastes a lot of time working in tools not meant for a phone, but sometimes it's his only choice. It's clear the company built the tools for a desktop to work in an office with good Wi-Fi. Also, every app he uses has different policies and interfaces that send him in circles. Mo is, like I said, a frequent traveler, and that travel is more taxing now, leading to longer, more severe flare ups, like I mentioned. Mo wants to stay as productive as possible with his work. Some people know about his MS, like family and a few colleagues, but they tend to forget because Mo looks so healthy. He's frustrated by being the family IT guy, and he really wants to find a place to manage his family's safety online while also giving them control. Finally, we'll meet Andy, who's 63, living in Boston, and a newly retired CEO of a regional retailer. She really loves her new hobbies, paddleboarding and gardening. She's adjusting to life without help for all her digital logistics. She digs the latest tech gadgets, and she's dabbling in gaming with her grandkids. So Andy's concern, she's really a proud cancer survivor. That's not a concern. But retirement has given a fresh new lease on life, despite her hearing not being as sharp as it used to be and her missing out on conversations. She's also developed tremors in her hands and fatigue that reminds her of chemo brain from 20 years ago. On Andy's journey, she's really saved well for retirement. She can afford to hire support in the form of a local college student, and she's using ChatGPT and other tools to keep her updated on the latest technology. Andy's also excited about AI captioning conversations. Even though she's found that some of the tools make bad or funny mistakes, she has found the ones that work better and keep her in the know during the conversation. And Andy struggles, she's not used to the complexity of managing her online accounts. So whether it's sharing files, joining meetings, a chat, or even sending an email, it all takes her so much longer. Just when she's figured it out, the interface changes again, or things are too small to click without making mistakes. Andy's motivation is that in retirement, she wants to stay current and she wants to contribute to the community. She just joined the board of her favorite nonprofit, helps kids learn about tech and business, share files and agendas. They also chat in an app to talk outside of meetings. Andy's really optimistic that new AI tools can help her with innovative ideas. So now let's take these folks through 3 examples and hear from them to learn how we can build forms and error messaging, interaction, and perceptive experience with flexibility and adaptability. And accessibility is often what I dub the canary in the coal mine. So when it is not part of making something, whether digital or physical or systemic, it highlights everything from communication breakdowns, inadequate planning, or people being overworked and moving too quickly. These are the things folks forget when relying on assumptions of what, again, they consider, quote, normal or average, unquote. So I've got forms and errors here with an example of pass and fail. The good form gives people feedback about where they are, what's happening. And some of these may seem familiar to folks. So for the pass part of the form, there's on-screen labels that are also in the code. And the fail version kind of has a label, but it's something called placeholder text, which is really hard to read, and it disappears when you put your cursor in the field. So somebody could get distracted when filling in a form, or maybe they can't see well, or there's bad lighting, and that design creates barriers in getting that goal accomplished. For the username field, also the pass option clearly tells me what I can add. I can add an email or a username. The fail version is really vague. So in a time where every login seems different, the pass example lets people know in advance what to add and the limitations without having to click through a tooltip or repeatedly learn through failure and potentially block their account. And none of this is like massively failing any security breaches. It's not telling people exactly what to fix or what their username or password should be. Another difference between the example is that users can quickly find which parts of the form are required. The info on the screen is in the code and it's part of the visible label. And this helps people succeed in advance by knowing what they have to provide where, so they don't go in circles submitting a form with errors. And finally, speaking of errors, there's this second field for the phone, and it has an error. I put an equal sign in the phone number, and the pass shows where the problem is and how to fix it. And not only is there bold red highlight around the form field itself, but it also has instructions telling me how to fix the problem. So if I can't see or perceive the color red, I still know what's going on. The fail version uses a barely perceivable thin red line, and there's a box at the top of the form telling me I need to fix errors because it's too generic for me to know what is wrong. Do I need to maybe have my phone number as only numbers? Or maybe I need to add a country code? Like, what's happening here? So Jorge says, if I had a dime for every inaccessible form, I could have my own startup. When I navigate a form with my screen reader and hear editable, I know I need to inspect the code or to get hints from the text around it. JAWS is using AI to help out more, but it still isn't always correct. It just slows me down as I keep retrying until the form goes through. Preeti says, I need clear instructions and obvious changes when I mess up so I know what to fix and how. It's so nice when things just work with my settings so I don't have to hack them. Also, I'm faster on my keyboard and it bugs me when I can't use it or can't use autofill for my passwords. With this injury, typing too much or using a mouse is literally a pain. Mo adds that I hate trying to fill in forms with disappearing text. A lot of times I get interrupted and lose track of where I was. When the text is gone, I need reminding about what that piece of the form is for. Also, when my eyes are tired, I adjust the text size and several apps don't change, so I have to pinch and zoom to read. Finally, Andy adds, I'm a bad typist, plus worse with my shaky hands. It's not getting any better. My phone isn't better because the keyboard is so small. People tell me to use the microphone instead, but I have a thick accent and it doesn't understand me. I try to do the bare minimum to get through the task. Next, we're going to move on to interaction, and there can be loads of barriers here. If an experience isn't predictable, people guess, often incorrectly, about what to do and how to proceed. Some people leave, some might take a risk of trial and error, and finally, others may voluntarily compromise their information to get help and accomplish their goal. The flexible options are consistent in things like how buttons and links are named. In addition to making those buttons comfortably sized so I can click or touch them without making a mistake. Also, they sparingly use pop-ups or panels, and they're adaptable to the ways of using pre-existing logins or biometrics to reduce complexity. Compare those to the rigid options. There's something on here that's a CAPTCHA that's called Chihuahua or Muffin, and it relies on people being able to see really well to pick out the difference. I don't know about you, but I kind of have a panic attack every time I see one of these things because I think I'm going to get locked out. I'm going to have to start over. Oh my gosh. And I kind of devolve into chaos when I'm trying to use these things. There's also tiny buttons in the fail example that require precise ability to touch or click. And then you add the frustration of examples of layers of pop-ups or labels of different options that are kind of the same, but not quite, like with this mail application. You've got Mail New, Outlook New, Outlook New New. What's the difference? Which one was I using before? So our digital worlds are filled with these unexpected issues, and they can be maddening on any given day. But when you add in changing abilities, they leave people on a spectrum of enraged to helpless. And so now the feedback here that we're going to hear from our folks reinforces a study called Human-Centered Authentication Guidelines from Jeremiah Still, Ashley Kane, and David Schuster. The study points out that understanding the cognitive load on users and lessening it reduces frustration and failure rates. So Jorge says whether it's an image-only CAPTCHA, buttons that are only pictures, or a tangled nest of modals, there are countless ways I can tell no one thought through beyond users who can see and use a mouse. I appreciate consistency and predictability. Preeti says one of my favorite games makes me slide a puzzle piece into place to confirm I'm human. I haven't played it since my injury because it doesn't work with a keyboard. For work, I like single sign-on. I also like work apps that give me clear instructions on what to do. Jargon makes it hard for me to know what's expected. Mo adds, my work accounts use an image CAPTCHA. It's so small on my phone, I can't see the images. I wish I used my phone's biometrics instead. Even once I'm in the site, there are lots of buttons and links that are too small to tap without making mistakes, and those slow me down to fix them. Andy adds, my tremors make lots of things hard. When I mess up on my login, I get locked out. Thank goodness I write everything in my password book. When I get lost or frustrated, I ask for help and hand over my login details. I've seen more sites ask me to set up a passcode or something. I skip it because I don't know what that means. And Andy tends to be our cautionary tale. Finally, we're getting into perception and wrapping it up. When we talk about this. These are examples where folks might be trying to be clever with a design, like the ancient scroll icon, instead of using a document icon with the label of print to tell people what this thing is. Or they might make some assumptions that if they know what it means when they're building the product, so will their user. The unclear star rating here is an example, and it lacks clarity to know how many stars something has compared to the other version, which is clear that there's 4 out of 5 stars. But some examples here are more pervasive and worse. There's a click here link with text that's too light to read, so you aren't clear what this thing does, where's it going to take me, compared to a clear example of a registration link, which it's easier to read and understand. Finally, an example of a more deceptive pattern is used if people try to cancel something or leave a service. The buttons don't look active, and the text is once again hard to read. In contrast is the clear cancel button and unsubscribe option that gets a clear hover and focus indicator whether I'm using a mouse or a keyboard. Go to the site deceptive.design, and it has a lot of examples of trick wording or fake urgency, and all of those have a toll on the customer and the long-term trust of brands when being online. So I'm about to wrap it up. We're going to hear from Jorge, who says, I can tell when there are things that my keyboard skips. When a page is cluttered with click here links or buy now buttons, I have to slow down and really read through everything to get context. Then I can mostly learn which things do what. And when it comes to account management, going through dozens of extra steps to opt out is hard. Preeti adds, I use dark mode and some sites don't adjust, which makes some tasks difficult. What really frustrates me is when I can't tell what is interactive and not. I don't want to spend time rolling my mouse over everything to watch and see when the pointer changes, since my keyboard is faster. Mo says my brain fog and travel exhaustion plus really weird lighting situations add to my stress in getting things done online. Apps always change and it feels like the new designs aren't for me. I find a lot of the buttons or forms that look broken, and when I tap them to see what they do, nothing happens. Not sure if I did something wrong or what. Finally, Andy adds, I try to figure things out on my own. Sometimes I'm at the mercy of others, so I'm glad I can count on my student to give over my info and passwords. Technology can be fun, but it seems like a lot is overly complicated now. For example, forget about unsubscribing or canceling something after I've accidentally subscribed. So in summary, think back to the opening story about the Air Force. Remember that it was the customization and the adaptability that allowed for them to be more responsive in a really fast-paced, dangerous environment because there was no one-size-fits-all. That same situation holds true today in our digital world. When we build for the human differences we all have, we can help reduce threats, frustration, and burdens. And these rigid approaches to complex problems create just as many issues as they fix. We serve people. Our solutions have to dovetail with human nature and abilities instead of considering them flaws, exclamation point. And adaptability creates robust, innovative experiences. So let's get into the conversation. Noah, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Hey, Noah, before you
Thanks.
get started, this is Greer. Just wanted to call out to our interpreter, Roger. It's quite dark in your screen. If you could turn on a light or get some light, that would be great so that Paul can see you for this part of the session. Thank you. Go ahead, Noah.
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, this is Noah. Thanks, Jen. Great presentation. And yeah, I liked how you brought in those stories of actual people with disabilities because it's important not to forget them. We're going to do a bit more of that in the second half of the session where we're going to have a panel discussion that brings together people with a variety of experiences who have all been impacted by disability. We'll do our best to say our name before we're speaking and be mindful, myself especially, to try and speak slowly for the interpreter and the captioner. And there may be short pauses between when people ask questions and give answers. So we're just giving everyone enough time to read the captions or interpreter signs. So before giving everyone a chance to introduce themselves, I'm going to go over the agenda. We're going to have a conversation here about how workplace tools have impacted people with disabilities. We're going to share from different perspectives, sometimes from the employee side, sometimes from the management side, And we're going to talk about what managers can do better and discuss some of the real challenges that we face with accessibility in the workplace. And if time allows, we can also chat a bit about security and artificial intelligence. So if anyone has a question, just drop it into the chat. I'll be monitoring as we go. If we don't end up getting to your question, we're going to copy everything from the chat after, so we'll be able to send out a written response. So since I'm already talking, I'll start with my own intro, and then I'll turn it over to our panelists. So my name is Noah. My pronouns are he, him. I'm have darkish skin with dark brown hair. And I am one of the co-founders of EasySurf. That's a digital accessibility consultancy. And I've also got a disability. I'm someone who uses speech recognition software in a professional setting. So I'll turn it over to the rest of our panel. So we're going to start with Jen, and then Kat, and then Paul. So if you can just introduce yourself with a little bit about you and the accessibility tools, a little bit of, with your name, a little bit about what you like to work on, and some of the accessibility tools that help you in a professional setting.
Yeah, so you've heard a lot from me, Jen Smith. I focus on digital accessibility for employees and clients. And one of the accessibility tools that I wanted to highlight that helped me tremendously is something called Read Aloud. I use it online in documents, email, and it helps me focus, and it helps me retain information better than just silently reading. It also helps me proofread my content.
Great, thanks. Paul, you're up. Sorry, and I got the order mixed up there, but Paul and then Kat.
Okay. Thank you for having me. My name is Paul. I am profoundly deaf. I'm very blue and have brown hair, blue eyes. I have a hearing. I'm from Baylor. I try to help and educate and inform people. And people call the space from a deaf person per learn or experience. I use AI to help me communicate and get information in the world, but it's not perfect. Please remember AICC is not reasonable accommodation yet. Code that is seen the last 3 days is reasonable accommodation because it's imperfect by a human. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kat Cantillo. My pronouns are she/they, used interchangeably. I'm proudly autistic, neurodivergent, and disabled. I also have multiple autoimmune chronic illnesses. I'm a white non-binary person with blue eyes, rainbow glasses. I have what I learned in the 90s was called dirty blonde hair, but is more like brown. Curly hair that frames my face just above my shoulders, and I'm wearing a red shirt from Claiming Disability about accessibility creates real inclusion. I'm also wearing giant black noise canceling over the ear headphones. I'm a physical and digital accessibility consultant, public speaker, and artist. I'm really passionate about designing experiences and systems that merge accessibility, education, creativity, and lived experience. As for an accessibility tool that helps me in a professional setting, I actually have 3. Flexible work schedule, my noise canceling headphones that I'm currently wearing, and outline notes for speaking engagements like today. Together, they help me manage what I can control, which is, helps my focus, my comfort, and my sensory input while adapting to the things that, again, I said I can't control. So one thing I just want to leave off with my introduction is that sometimes accessibility tools don't cost anything for employers. My headphones are mine. Nobody bought them. I purchased them for myself. And not just for work, but for everyday life, I use them to regulate sensory input. So they help me focus and they make overwhelming environments more manageable. Thank you.
All right, well, we're getting a lot of love for noise canceling headphones in the chat. So I think a lot of people agree with you on that one. we're going to all share a little bit, a couple of stories about how, we've been impacted in the workplace because of accessibility tools. I'll share a really quick one myself because I use speech recognition software. And in a previous job I had, this was kind of when I acquired a disability and was just discovering things for the first time. And I had a lot of pain in my hands and was unable to type or use a mouse. I requested a Dragon, which is a speech recognition software, and it took about 4 months to get it because of the amount of security issues that were raised. And so that was really challenging. And I will say in that interim 4 month period, I essentially just brought my own laptop and was using Dragon on the side, which probably was also not the most secure, but that's that was the only choice I had. So I'm going to turn it over to our panel. We're going to start with Jen, and then Kat, and then Paul. And the question really is just if you could share a little bit about an accessibility tool that's impacted your work.
Yeah, so this is Jen, and I'll try to keep it brief. So one of my preferred tools was blocked by IT when I onboarded into a new company. It really slowed me down. And I was lucky enough to actually find the right person on our tech team that helped scratch below the surface to know it was really just a matter of downloading the right language package to enable the feature. And then we worked together to find the right people in IT with his higher ups to talk about how we need to enable that for all the employees. And I do tend to wonder then if I didn't have the title I did behind my name, if my concern would have been taken as seriously. But I still want to celebrate, the win and the extended capability to everybody. But I'm really excited to hear from Paul and Kat about this too.
My turn?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead,
sorry.
Kat.
This is Kat speaking. So I had many stories to say, but I think the one that I will share is something that happened a few years ago. I needed closed captions or something. At the time, I had no idea what it really looked like for me. And I had requested help, just accommodations. There was no HR at the time at the company since it was a small startup. And I just said, hey, I'm left out. I have no idea what's going on in these meetings. I am sick and tired of reaching out to people to go, can I have a summary? What was talked about in the meeting? Is there anything I need to know that I need to move on with from this meeting? And I knew that it came out like, oh, you weren't paying attention or you weren't there or something. But in reality, I was there. I tried to read lips. I am not deaf, but I have central auditory processing disorder. And since I was younger, I've read lips. And so I try to grab as much information as possible. But when multiple people are talking, everything's going on, there's information or words that I don't even know about. I just kind of sit there like, what is going on? Like, I don't know. I'm too overwhelmed. So with my request, I just said, could I have some sort of even just notes of the meeting? I was literally just trying to figure out something that could help me as soon as possible. Eventually, we did have HR, and it wasn't a very good HR person. And I said, hey, I need help. I still need help. It's been months. I have no idea what's going on in these meetings. And so one thing led to another. HR was no longer there, and another person got rehired for the position, and they helped me figure out what the steps were. But just like Noah said, we ran into the security issue of cart captioning because it's a live person. We have it here today. And they were like, well, they're going to know all this stuff about the company and that's a security issue. And so it just became one thing on top of another. And I just said, while you're all dealing with this, I still have no idea what is going on in these meetings. I still have no idea what is happening each day or if there's anything I need to take away from it. So I'm living through complications of like no communication. And one thing led to another. I won't get into the weeds of it, but they eventually got cart captioning. As with cart captioning, you need to give all the information about what is discussed these people didn't know about cybersecurity at the time. And so they needed to learn these definitions and these terminologies to help them be able to type what was being talked about, but also be able to convey the information to me. So cart captions worked, and I only had them for a couple of months, maybe even a year, before they were taken away. And then I got forced to rely on AI captions. That's my story.
Hey, thanks so much for sharing that, Kat. A lot of support for you in the chat. A lot of people, your story resonating with a lot of people. I'll throw it over to Paul, who I believe is inputting a response in the chat here. And I also just wanted to share that Pamela in the chat said that at their organization, they keep extra software licenses for tools like Dragon so they can provide it quickly. So that's really great for anyone on the call who is in an organization that can offer something like that. That's really great. And maybe I could have a job there as well, Pamela. Okay, so Paul's response is there, I believe.
Okay, hi. So yeah, this is Nathan speaking for Paul. I have a perfect example of how AI can be both bad and good. A few years ago, when COVID first hit, virtual platforms were still new, and so was AI/CC. It was often unreliable, full of errors, missing words and spaces. It was tough remoting at that time. At my last job, we had last-minute meetings with management about supply chain issues across the US. They could last anywhere from 15 minutes to over an hour, often last minute. As a deaf person, getting an interpreter on such short notice wasn't possible. I depended on AI/CC, but they weren't accurate enough for me to catch everything. After each meeting, I'd ask for follow-ups or summaries, but that was seen as a problem. Eventually, I was let go because I didn't have all the information I needed. The truth is, I was never given equal access to it. It's like a carpenter not having a hammer to do his job, but given a shoe to mashing nails all day. Oh, sorry, and more. Fast forward to today, AI/CC has come a long way, but still not perfect. The addition of transcript has made a huge difference for accessibility and inclusion in my work. In my most recent HRTA role in a communication-heavy field, these tools help me thrive. Most of the time, no one in the company knew I was deaf until I got an urgent phone call from EEs, and I had to hang up. HA, of course, I sent them an instant message explaining why. Technology and AI are powerful tools for inclusion, but when they fail, it's not the disabled person who needs to adapt. It's the system and its leaders who need a backup plan or have empathy to seek to understand the why. Please do not give up on the disabled EE so quickly and dismiss them if solutions can't be found. There are always solutions, always. Thank you for that, Paul.
Noah talking here. And yeah, I think that's such a good point, Paul. And I really hope everyone is taking these stories in because I hear these so often. And so for me, I have a bit of a I'm not surprised reaction, but I hope for a lot of other people, maybe you're seeing how much these can impact people, especially as we do things like return to office. I want to jump a little bit. So I want to ask a question to Jen. So Jen is speaking a bit from a manager perspective, and Paul, Kat, myself more from an employee perspective. So really, I want to know from Jen is what are the biggest challenges to meeting some of those accessibility needs for people on your team?
Yeah. And I could go on for this about a long time, but I don't want to take up too much time. But some of the biggest challenges I see in a succinct way are navigating the systems and policies to get the flexibility people need. So a lot of the systems and policies in most large places tend to be this one size fits most, and they're reducing reducing risk, but only from one perspective. So that's what really makes it problematic. And there's all these gray areas where where a manager has discretion to talk about, quote, performance or responsiveness without getting to having some hard conversations and talking about, like, hey, I hired this employee to do this job. Do they have the experience? And what am I doing to give them the tools they need to succeed? As a manager, that is my role, to help them succeed and remove barriers. And I do the same if it was a new parent, if it was somebody who maybe is a night owl, or I know that somebody's like a super productive person during certain hours of the day. I might say, like, hey, let's not schedule meetings then. It's this flexibility that we give to anybody that needs an adjustment just because we're human. So they tend to be pulled out and othered for accessibility when it's just a matter of giving people what they need to do their job well. And they got hired because they have the experience to do it.
Completely agree. And I know we're running a little bit on time, so Greer, just cut us off if needed. I did want to get, not all of us are lucky enough to have Jen as our manager. So I want to turn it over to Paul and Kat and ask them, as an employee, what can your manager or HR do to better support you, especially in a situation where maybe you're not able to get everything that you need, or how can people help? And let's start with Paul, and then we'll go to Kat. Sure. If Kat, if you wanted to,
You want me to go first?
yeah, if you don't mind going first.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. This is Kat speaking. So one of the just main things I really wanted to talk about on this question was that I've personally experienced managers trying to persuade me not to request accommodations. And I can tell you it's incredibly disheartening. So if you're a manager, please don't do that. It creates this fear, and it kind of just melts away this whole trust that I had with a manager in the first place. And it makes me feel like I'm an inconvenience, like a problem. And I just don't think that's the way to do it. So even if you, as a manager or HR, can't give me everything or can't give it to me right away, and it's going to take some time, communication, follow through makes a big difference. Listen, validate, keep me in the loop. Don't leave me wondering and build up my anxiety. But offer me temporary such solutions. There's small adjustments like flexibility with timing or using alternative tools and things that don't even cost money that you could be doing to help me during the time. So ultimately, it's accessibility should never be a compromise. There should be no compromise around this, but figuring out a way to help me in the interim is vital. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. Noah speaking here. I especially like what you say about the burden piece. And I think that what some managers might not understand is sometimes you have to be a little bit proactive. It's great if you're really helpful when someone comes to you, but it's even better if you actually ask people, like, or you even notice things like, hey, would this help you? Or is there anything else you need? Because it can be a lot to always be every day asking for things that you need or feeling like you're inconveniencing people. And when someone actually comes up to you and asks, what can I do to help? That makes a really, really big difference. So that's something that I think a lot of people might not be aware of, but it makes such an enormous difference. Even if there are things available, people might not be aware or might not be willing to ask. I just wanted to throw it back to Paul. I've kind of lost myself in the chat here, but did you want to add anything there, Paul?
I put in the draft fast.
Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
okay,
Yep.
you did put.
Yep.
Okay.
This is Nathan. I will read for Raw. They need to remember, for me as a deaf person, it is hard to access information when words are floating in the air and it is not captured visually for me. If something does not work with us to look for a different plan, a backup. Example, if transcript is down, provide me an email detail or meet with me one-on-one after meetings to go over important things. Remember, if we do not see it, we have no idea. Do not punish us if we miss out on information. In office roles, hearing people have this much information, 80/20 example, deaf people can get this much. How do we work together to get this missing information that would help us with our work? Patients, don't give up and don't penalize. I love that. Well, and remotely, it is a bit different because I can get more information from AICC and chat box conversation and transcripts. So I have way more words to see, which helps me with my job. We need to work together, have grace, patience. I may not get it. Need to remember, for me as a deaf person, it is hard to access information when words are floating. Well, yeah, I think it's gonna repeat. Yeah, I think it's a repeat of what. So yeah, and I'll leave to Noah to close up. Thank you.
Totally agree, Paul. And unfortunately, we had a lot more questions that we wanted to get to, but as always, time is tight. Yeah, go ahead, Paul. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Roger, you are muted. Could you unmute and translate for us? Paul, go ahead and type that into the box if you don't mind. Yeah, he can't. Roger can't type. Yeah, Paul, if you want to go ahead and type that into the box, that would be great. Okay, Noah, if you want to close us out.
Yeah, I mean, I joined this panel just because workplace accessibility is so important to me because I acquired a disability as an adult and I saw my experience working without a disability and how it changed when I acquired one. And I know that my knowledge or my experience wasn't any less valuable when I had a disability, but my ability to contribute to the workplace was greatly diminished. And I could only imagine how many more other people out there who are very qualified and looking for opportunities and are able to help and able to contribute other types of experience who are just being left behind because we don't have workplaces that are flexible enough and we don't have structures that allow different people to contribute. So it's something that I'm just super passionate about helping. And I hope that here, hearing some of these stories and hearing from people and, the things that would have helped them, I hope that you can take some of this back to your organizations and maybe make a few adaptations. I think sometimes accessibility can feel daunting, but it really is just about doing a little bit here and there. And anybody, you don't need a special knowledge, anybody in an organization pushing for accessibility, that's what we need to really make a change. So I hope this conversation has done a little bit to nudge people in that direction. So appreciate everyone taking the time to join today. We'll go through the chat and see if there's anything else that's missing, but feel free to connect with any of us on LinkedIn. And yeah, it was great having all of you. And it's been great working through this webinar together with all of you, Paul, Kat, Nathan, Jen. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, team. I took so much away. I could have listened to you all talk for another, I don't know, 3 hours. So something tells me that maybe we will do some follow-ups with this group so that we can keep this conversation going. So thank you everybody for your time here. I personally learned a lot and I can only guarantee that other people in the room did as well. So we are going to jump straight into our next session to kind of piggyback off of this one. Chris from Slack is going to join us to teach us how to optimize our Slack workspaces, not only for ourselves, but for our workspaces as well. So hi, Chris. So good to have you.
Hi, it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. Should I just jump straight into it?
All yours.
All right, give me 1 second to share my screen. Let me know if folks can see that okay and can also see me okay. Oh,
All
yes.
good. Yep, all good.
All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. Hi, my name is Chris Shi. I am the, give me 1 second. I use any pronouns, and I'm the Director of Product Management at Slack, looking after accessibility as well as our design systems. I'm a non-binary Chinese American person with short hair, and I'm wearing a thick olive green shirt because it's really cold and windy in New York today for some reason. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all. All right, so today I'm going to talk a little bit. It's going to be a intense 180 from the last session, but I think it's looking at similar issues from the opposite angle. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we approach accessibility at Slack as a team of folks who build a digital tool that is load-bearing for communication for a lot of the organizations that maybe you work at. And then also go over a bunch of the features and accommodations that we built into Slack to make it easier to use for people with disabilities. My hope is that this is useful not only for everybody on the call to learn about these features that might be useful for you or for your colleagues, but also that it paints a little bit of a picture of what it really means to make a digital communication tool accessible. I think oftentimes organizations, when they're thinking about which tool should I choose, we often talk about compliance, right? There are all these checklists that you're supposed to check off. And that is, of course, a really, really important part of digital accessibility. But in the 5 years that I've been doing this work, I think what I've really learned is that it's actually much more complicated than that. It's not just about whether something checks the boxes. You really have to think about how to make your tool work for so many different types of bodies and brains, and not just work, but work efficiently and in a way that works for beginners as well as people who have been using your app for hours and hours and hours. All right. So my team at Slack has a pretty straightforward mandate. We just take Slack's mission, which is to make working life simpler, more pleasant, and more productive, and make sure that it extends to everyone, regardless of how their bodies and brains work. As I just mentioned, within our team, one of the things that we take really seriously is that we think beyond compliance. We don't just want to pass a test that the auditors send. We want to make sure that our product is actually working really well for our users who are living in it day in and day out. To achieve that, my team takes on 3 different sets of responsibilities across the organization. First, we work on our own projects that raise both the ceiling and the floor of accessibility at Slack. So what that means is projects that raise the ceiling unlock new types of support that we can give for assistive technologies or new ways for users to customize their experience to make it work better for them. And I'll go over a bunch of these shortly. Projects that raise the floor make it harder for people at Slack to develop new features that cause accessibility problems. So it sort of makes sure that our minimum level of accessibility across the product goes up. Next up, we also spend a ton of time on partnerships. So my team is just one small team within a much larger org of hundreds of engineers building cool new features for Slack all the time. We spend a lot of time partnering with all those teams so that as they're designing the latest and greatest new thing, they're keeping accessibility in mind and making sure that we're not introducing new problems for folks when those features launch. And finally, despite our best efforts, stuff goes wrong. I think I was telling Greer in the prep talk for this that my biggest pet peeve is when people say that accessibility is easy. It's actually really, really not easy in modern software development. It takes a ton of vigilance, a ton of work, a ton of organizational process, and it's technically very, very challenging. So despite our best efforts, stuff goes wrong all the time. Things happen, customers write in and complain. My team is kind of on the front lines of dealing with the toughest problems that arise. And then we also spend a lot of time thinking about how we can prevent new ones from popping up in the future. So when I think about accessibility as the product leader for Slack, thinking about accessibility, there's a lot of different experiences that fall under our consideration. Now, this obviously isn't a comprehensive list of everything, but just within the last year or two, the types of things that we have considered included motion sensitivity, light sensitivity, color blindness, deaf and hard of hearing folks, all kinds of assistive technologies and alternative inputs, including people who only use a keyboard, screen reader users, braille users, eye tracking, voice control, dictation, screen magnification, switch control, dark mode even. And then recently, we've also been trying to think more about how to make Slack work better for neurodivergent users. And so that's people with ADHD and dyslexia, especially pertinent to our tool. So I'm going to go over a few of the features and accommodations that we've worked on over the years that have improved Slack for people with disabilities. I'm going to break these down by disability type, though, of course, many of these features will be helpful for more than one group. And of course, many people experience multiple disabilities. So just take that with a grain of salt. And by the way, as I'm going through this, I'm also keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to type them in and I can either address them in the moment or address them afterwards when I'm done. All right, so for motion sensitive folks, we have two user preferences that may be useful. The first is called tab previews. It allows you to turn off the large floating previews that show up when you hover your mouse over navigation tabs such as activities or DMs. Those are there to create kind of a more frictionless experience for people who just want to take a peek at what's going on somewhere else in their app if they don't want to lose focus. But we've also heard from a ton of users when we were developing that it could be really disruptive or disorienting. And so we made sure that there's a way for people to turn them off if you need. The second is you can pause any animations in Slack to make sure that they don't autoplay, and that includes animated GIFs, all of the fun little animated emojis, as well as in-product animation. And that's something that we synchronize with your operating system's settings. This is something that we take super, super seriously because as I'm always telling all of our teams, it's really rare that you have a software bug that sends someone to the hospital, but this is that category of things. And so if we hear any reports that this setting isn't working as expected, that is like priority -1 for us. Next up, for colorblind users, we follow the general guidelines around not using only color to convey meaning, but we've also introduced themes that are specifically designed to work well for people with tritanopia and protanopia and deuteranopia, which is very common forms of colorblindness. There's also a preference under the accessibility tab to underline all links rather than having them only show up in blue, which is useful for many other groups of users as well. I just have it on because I'm old school and I like when my links are underlined. In 2020, during the pandemic, Slack launched our first audio and video tools. So we have a product called Clips that's like a native in Slack way to record audio and video clips and then also view them. And then we also have Huddles, which is like a lightweight teleconferencing tool. For both of those, we built in captioning as well as a transcript feature for clips that lets you actually jump to a specific point in the video using the transcript. I am not deaf or hard of hearing, but I use this all the time because I don't like watching videos. And so do so many other people. So to me, this is such a great example of something that was built for accessibility, making things better for everyone, right? The curb cut effect. So one thing I will note is we recently made it so that these captions for clips no longer automatically generate as like a cost saving measure. So if you always rely on these captions, please, there is an option that your workspace admin can turn on that ensures that those captions are automatically generated for all uploaded videos. So you can still have a way to make sure you automatically have captions if you need. Otherwise, you can also manually generate them for each video you need them for. But again, if you are deaf or hard of hearing and you rely on this, or if you have auditory processing, anything, talk to your workspace admin and make sure that they flip that on so that you automatically get captions for everything. I really love this feature because I've heard really cool anecdotes of how this enables multimodal communication on teams where there are people with different types of disabilities. So for example, when someone who's dyslexic is coordinating with somebody who's deaf, they can record a message in video that works better for the dyslexic user, and the transcript means that the deaf user is also able to get the same information. So we love opportunities to present the same information in multiple ways whenever possible. Speaking of dyslexia, this is something we started working on relatively recently that was really exciting. So to help dyslexic users and for me to make dealing with incidents and things like that more fun, our team built a pref that allows people to choose what font they want to use Slack in. And we really prioritize the fonts that research has shown to work better for people with dyslexia. Fun fact, Comic Sans is the most popular typeface that people choose to switch to, which was not what we were expecting. There's a lot more we're excited to do in this area. So if you are dyslexic or have ideas or feedback for us, please reach out. We would love to talk to you. Keyboard accessibility is super important for us to support, not only because it matters to people with motor impairments, but also because all other forms of assistive tech, or most of them, like screen readers, rely on it as an input. So we spend a ton of time trying to make sure that Slack is usable with only the keyboard. We have a little bit of an unorthodox keyboard navigation paradigm where you use F6 to navigate in between the different containers within Slack, and then tab and arrow keys to go within each of those sections as usual. This is an example where that is technically not the most compliant thing to do, but we made that choice based on feedback from our real users who said, hey, it's taking us way too long to get from one part of the app to the other. We need a way to kind of quickly jump back and forth, and also for the things to loop back around so that you can really quickly get to other sections of the screen without just hitting tab 150 times. We also support a lot of keyboard shortcuts to improve efficiency. A couple that I use every day. One is Control K on Windows or Command K on the Mac. Opens up something called the Quick Switcher, which lets you really quickly jump to any channel or view or DM with a user or even another workspace inside Slack. That makes it just so much faster to navigate around. I use it 150 times a day. There's also Alt Shift Down or Option Shift Down on Mac, which jumps you to the next unread channel. So if you're reading one channel and you're like, oh, I have 6 other unread ones I need to catch up on, you can just hit that combination of keys and you're on the next one that needs reading. So again, something else I use a ton every day. You can check out the full list of keyboard shortcuts we support, which is a very long list, by pressing Command and backslash or Control and backslash on Windows. And finally, this is, despite all of our efforts to make the keyboard shortcuts available, to make it possible to navigate around, it's still a lot, right? Like we know that our users are switching in between all these different apps, and memorizing all these keyboard shortcuts is a hassle. Navigating from one part of Slack to another is a hassle. So we introduced a third way to try to make it really easy for keyboard users to have access to what they need, which is these operating system level menus that kind of exist on the top of your screen on Mac, or in the top left part of your screen for Windows. So you can either press Alt on Windows to open that up, or on Mac it's Control F2, and it's the file edit view, etc. Everything you really need to do in Slack is in there, so that's another way to really quickly jump to whatever you need. A huge amount of our efforts go towards making Slack better for blind and low vision users. This is by far the hardest, but also the most interesting part of my job. How do you translate these visually rich 2D interfaces? We have a whole design team who spends so much time just making sure everything looks perfect visually. How do we translate all of that into like a linear text-only experience that screen reader users can make sense of? There's a lot that happens there behind the scenes. A lot of it is very technical and I think hard to present about, but I'm happy to talk to it for anyone who's interested. But the most sort of big obvious thing that we do is we support image descriptions or alt text for all uploaded images for either desktop and mobile. And what I'm showing here is actually an exciting new experience that's not quite public yet, but we're hoping to get it out by the end of the year, where users will be able to opt into reminders at either like an individual level, or you could turn this on for your whole workspace. And basically after you upload an image, you'll automatically get this thing that pops up that prompts you to add the alt text in so you don't forget. We also offer customizations for the screen reader experience. We know that screen reader users have to hear so much just to get the same information that a sighted user is able to skim. So something that we started building on our iOS app and are now building on our desktop app is the ability for screen reader users to customize what order they want to hear the metadata in. So do you really care about like how many reactions this post got, or do you care much more that, you know, you saved it for later or, you know, whatever. So you can actually choose which of those things you want to hear about an individual Slack message and in what order, and then set those on both the mobile and hopefully soon the desktop app. And there's lots more we need to do in terms of fundamentals, but we've also built some nice to haves. These two are keyboard shortcuts. One is Alt and then 0 to 9, and that lets you play back a number of recent messages on your screen reader. And another one is Control Alt S. I forget the Mac equivalent, but you can look it up in the keyboard shortcuts. That one plays a summary of notifications across your workspace so that you can really quickly get a sense of like, how much do I have to catch up on? And finally, one feature that I've been really excited about this year is something that we shipped called Simplified Layout Mode. So originally we built this for people with motor disabilities who use eye tracking software. We wanted to make Slack easier for them by reducing the amount of stuff on the page, make things bigger, make things more spaced out, so that they can much easier like kind of get around. But we also found when we started testing this out that this was super helpful for screen reader users who are also overwhelmed with how much stuff there is on the screen, and also for people with ADHD who really benefit from having fewer visual distractions. So I have always thought that this feature was a really beautiful kind of example of how we can build these accommodations that work well for multiple groups of people at the same time. And it doesn't have to be labeled as an accessibility feature or like a, you know, feature that's targeted towards one disability. It's just a different way of using the product. I end up using this all the time when I'm traveling and I don't have, you know, a huge monitor and I want to make sure Slack is like nice and contained on my laptop screen. So yeah, it's a great example of using accessibility to inspire the way that we think about designing products, and just build these things that are useful for everyone. So that was a whole lot of talking. If anyone has any questions, and if we have a few minutes for questions, please feel free to ask.
So I'm going to make a quick request. If you have questions, pop them in the chat because we are running a couple minutes over and I want to introduce our next set of presenters. So Chris, if you can hang around for maybe 5 or 10 minutes just to see if any questions come through, that would be amazing. But thank you so much. That was a really awesome session and I was able to learn a ton from you. And seeing in our chat, especially in our People Geek Slack channel, that a lot of people are taking stuff away. So thank you for your time. I am very excited to welcome our next set of presenters. So let's go ahead and welcome Teresa. Hi, Teresa. We're going to welcome Agatha. Hi, Agatha. And finally, Dr. Cadet. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hello, thank you, Greer. Thank you, everyone, for being here on the final day of our Rethink Ability Summit. We really appreciate you being here. For those of you who may not know, my name is Dr. Akila Kadei. My pronouns are bad bitch or she, her. I'm sitting in Oakland, California at my desk with my book behind me and my cute dog who's passed away, my little angel dog. I have golden long braids that rest on one side of me, and I'm wearing a white t-shirt that says, remember to use your spoons for ice cream, which is the official shirt for the Rethink Ability Summit, and a reminder of taking care of ourselves with what our bodies go through. I'm a very proud disabled Black woman, and I live with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, along with lots of other rare conditions that make me amazing. I am thrilled to be your facilitator today for this great conversation on mitigating AI bias and accessibility. And I want to tell you a little bit about who we have on deck, and they're going to share some image descriptions along the way too. So first we have Agatha. She's the founder and principal consultant for Resonate HR, where she helps US and multinational companies build equitable people-centered workplaces that drive business and community impact with over a decade of partnering with organizations on equity-based initiatives. And 6 years as an HR consultant, she has authored frameworks including the race of psychological safety, culturally responsive evaluation, design, and HR, and foundations of mitigating AI bias. Agatha is also a Harvard Business Review contributor and former human resources instructor at this little university called Cornell. Next, we have Teresa. She's the founder of People Power AI and author of People Powered by AI, a playbook for HR leaders ready to shape the new world of work. For over 25 years, Teresa led the HR function from coordinator to CHRO, so Chief HR Human Resources Officer, and she has spent the past 3 years educating and supporting HR leaders to build people first, AI forward workspaces. An expert in AI for business, Teresa is an adjunct professor for AI as well as HR management at CUNY and CCNY in New York City. So before we get into this really great discussion, Agatha, I would love if you could share an image description for our audience.
You're on mute. Thank you, Teresa. Okay, let me start over. I am a Black woman with Black and brown hair. I have a green cardigan over a yellow blouse. My background is predominantly white. You may be able to see a little plant up on the right-hand corner of your screen and part of a TV screen on the left corner of your screen.
Thank you, Agatha and Teresa.
Hi, everybody. I'm so appreciative of being here. I am a she, her. I am ADHD plus. And I am sitting in my office, which is on the second floor of my 1920 stone home. I have a blue sweater on. I have clear glasses that help me, my 51-year-old eyeballs, see the things they need to see. I am Caucasian, female, 51 and proud. Behind me, I have a neon sign with the name of my business, People Power AI. And over my left shoulder, I have a snake plant, which is wonderful because they're impossible to kill, and some pictures and some things that around me that smell good to keep me excited about the upcoming fall weather here in the Northeast.
I just want you to know, if you believe, it is actually possible. My plant just died. You gotta work hard at it. I just realized that in the background. But hey, life, it happens. So thank you both for the image descriptions. You will be getting humor along the way because that's how I navigate chronic pain. So it's here. AI is taken over, and it's constantly changing how we show up in spaces and places, how we work, how we communicate, how we manage people. It'd be great to hear about what you feel are interesting or exciting things with AI. We'll start off with Agatha. We'll move on to Teresa.
Yeah, I think personally, technology can really be such an enabler of accessibility if we're really intentional and conscientious about never leaving anyone behind. So, for example, something I'm really excited about that I've learned about kind of recently is Microsoft recently they developed this app called Seeing AI. And it's an app that actually is designed for visually impaired members or members of the visually impaired community. And it audibly describes the world around users, including people, their facial expressions, approximate age, objects, colors, text, et cetera, et cetera. And what excites me most about this app really is the fact that Microsoft was really intentional about including visually impaired software developers at the inception of the app, as opposed to what we normally hear, which is bringing folks in for input and feedback long after the design process has begun. So that's one of the real world examples of of AI tools that I'm really excited about right now.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's funny. That was one that came to mind for me too, as well as two others. But I think for my backtrack on what's exciting or interesting that's happening right now is I feel like we're really, um, I hope that there is a meaningful challenge. I sort of feel it in this context around moving from hype to actual thoughtful habits that support people where they need support. If we're going to talk about tools specifically, Seeing AI mentioned Access Now is a great one for identifying different accessibility places in different city states, really helpful. And then for people like myself, tools that are able to help me manage the overwhelm that sometimes comes when I have a lot going on. So there's a great tool, Goblin AI is one. There's a few others that really kind of help with breaking things down into bite-sized chunks in a way that is really constructive and helps more neurodivergent brains map through the ways to get things done. And so I really love seeing that. I think what's exciting to me about AI, this thing that I've been learning for the past 3 years, is it's really, I think there's the possibility through, as Agatha said, intentionality, but there's the possibility of helping people who wouldn't have the capability or access or ability to explore certain things, storytelling in a unique way, design in a unique way, as long as we're thoughtful about it. But I just think giving people, opening a door to possibility that didn't exist for them before is something that's really change. It can create some really impactful change. I have a quick story if we have the time for it, like 3. So there's a movie, and I'm not sure if people have heard of this, but it's called The Life of Ibiza. The Life of, I will look it up and I'll put it in the chat. I can't pronounce his last name. It's out of Sweden, or it's out of a European country. But this movie is about this young man who's confined to a wheelchair, disabled his entire life, and how he was able, through the use of technology, to form relationships that his family never knew he had created. And his family, the story, this documentary takes us through his parents' experience of grieving for the loss of their amazing son, their own guilt around having a son that was never able to fall in love or develop these relationships. And they find through the weeks after his passing, the droves and droves of people that he'd been able to build relationships. He had a love relationship. He'd gotten accused of cheating in that love relationship. And they were able to have this really beautiful experience around recognizing that just because their son didn't live the life the way that they were used to living it didn't mean that he didn't have an experience that was so worthwhile and so full of joy. So to me, the thank you so very much, Kendra. I appreciate that. It is such a great movie and I highly recommend it, just in terms of seeing the possibilities around technology and AI for those that are disabled.
I love that. Something to do for folks who want to Netflix and chill. But the storytelling is really important to chronically ill and disabled folks. So, Teresa, I want to stick with you because how are you seeing leaders use AI in workplaces? Are you seeing it in ways that are helping? Are you seeing it in ways that are hurting? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, I think that we're still in a learning curve in sort of figuring out, where does artificial intelligence and the tools within AI, where and how do they fit? How do we maintain a humanity and a really deep focus on human leadership in spite of, the concerns around AI? I think where AI is helping, for me, I put it into 3 specific categories. One being efficiency, but I don't think and I think that's one that most people target in on, but I don't think that's the most critical or the most important one, but it is a valuable one nevertheless. The efficiency to get things done, to streamline processes. The second one is really about insights and the capability to deeply understand what we see and what we don't see in data that we have. I know from my background as an HR leader for 25 years, there were always tons of data around us, but I wasn't skilled or schooled in how to analyze that data. And for about 10 years now, it's been this push to get HR leaders to become data analysts. And I think with AI, we don't necessarily have to take that leap. I took the classes, I took the, General Assembly, how to use Tableau and how to be, and it just flew above me. And so I didn't really get into it. Now, using tools in a thoughtful way, that doesn't mean taking all of your data and plugging it into ChatGPT. That doesn't even mean taking your independent data that you want to be sectioned off apart from any other data and putting it into ChatGPT. There are tools that work for different functions, but the ability to use natural language processing, different functions of AI to get the greatest data out of it is just, to me, so game changing around how we look at our employee population, how we support different types of our population that have different needs, how we really call some of that out. So those are two aspects that I think are really make change. The third one is about connection and culture building, where those two first things combined, I do believe, can create space for us to lead in a more human way, to get back to the focus of where we want to spend time on, which is the wants versus just the needs. But I do think it does come with some challenges. I do think there's a lot of conversation, and should be, around this sort of cognitive gap, that we don't want people over reliant on generative AI tools. I had a workshop yesterday, and one of the conversations that came around, like, I'm afraid I'm starting to use it for just everything. And so I think there is a place and a space to kind of call back and be cautious and thoughtful about, before we jump into a generative AI, not only do we need to think about not putting in personally identifiable information or proprietary information, but I also think we need to ask ourselves, is this something that would happen more quickly if I just did it without the generative AI tool? So there's a use in a cases, but that's sort of what I'm seeing. I'm curious, with Agatha, what are you seeing in that area?
A lot of what you mentioned is resonant for me. The other bit that I'm seeing too, it's really exciting. I think we live in a world, especially in corporate America, where speed and efficiency is rewarded versus folks who maybe move a little bit slower. And so AI allows us to optimize speed and quote unquote efficiency in some regard, right? So I think that that's one piece. The thing that would normally take us maybe hours to do is now taking us about 30 to 45 minutes to do. So I think that that's, potentially a plus, but potentially also a con, right? Because we know that if we're not careful to review the solutions or the recommendations that AI gives us, we may be taking off with solutions and recommendations that are inaccurate. They're not quite valid, they're not fully relevant, and they're not research backed, right? And so I think the other piece that is a potential barrier, right, is folks not understanding the primary and secondary sources of the information that AI is using to generate its responses. And then folks not even really knowing how to review for that, right? Folks are on different knowledge and awareness levels when it comes to how to review research data for validity, accuracy, and relevancy. So those are just a couple things to think about. I'm excited. I use AI all the time, but because of my research, my deep research background, and work as a program manager and now as an HR consultant, I'm very wary about making sure that the data I'm using is really accurate, and it's something that folks can actually really use, and so on. Yeah.
That's where I think it's so critical that we understand the tools that we're using in what case, right?
Mhm.
That if you want your data to be evaluated based on the data itself, using an open tool like a large language model like ChatGPT or Gemini or any of those can be very, very untrustworthy, because they're also contorting your data and comporting it with its training model, what's on the internet, things like that. So finding closed model tools, which are absolutely available in abundance, to get that insight that's a little bit deeper, really, really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
So I think it's important to note with what the two of you have said, we know there are great things, wonderful opportunities that are there. We have some areas of concern and some things that aren't going so well. I am very public about the fact that I hate a lot of things about AI. I think there's pros in it, but I'm not a big fan because as a society, we have not prepared people how to use it. We have people who don't have critical thinking skill sets and they don't know how to be just like Agatha to make sure there's fact checking that's happening in there. Another big problem we have to think about is outlier data. So when we think about inclusion with AI, outlier data essentially means there's an overcorrection into person who's visually impaired, the person who is deaf, the person who uses a wheelchair. But when it comes to dynamic disabilities, so visible, invisible, apparent, non-apparent disabilities, we are kind of left out of that equation, which leads me to something that's really important. With AI, there's more data we have access to if used appropriately. And that means people can wholeheartedly make a choice to not use that data at all to make sure those with more intersectionality in the workplace are supported. So let's pivot and talk about intersectionality, which is a term coined by Kimberly Crenshaw, and it just means the intersection of our identities. We cannot talk about bias in AI without talking about intersectionality. So, for example, I am a Black person, I am a woman, and I am disabled. Those are three parts of my intersectionality that will determine the systems and structures that we live in the AI world, the systems and structures that we live in the workplace and society and so forth. So we need to, when we think about AI, is that we we need to bring in the BS, right? So because there's a lot of BS in AI, and it's the bias. See what I did there? AIBS. It spells bias. So we are in positions, particularly as disabled folks and chronically ill folks, where we can be excluded and we can be an afterthought or treated differently as a result of our intersectionality, further compounded by AI and AI tools. So, with that said, in what ways are you seeing bias show up when we think about our disabled community? And Agatha, I'd like to start with you and what you're seeing with leaders and managers using AI to solve workplace conflict or any discrepancies when it comes to managing folks with chronic illness and or disability.
Yeah. So one of the ways that first of all, thank you for providing a lot of that background around intersectionality, because I think there's still quite a number of folks who don't necessarily know what intersectionality means and how that shows up. And so kudos to Kimberly Crenshaw for her work. One of the ways that I've seen leaders and managers use AI to solve workplace conflicts is when managers have neurodivergent direct reports, particularly those with ADHD or those who are on the autism spectrum. And we're beginning to see that more and more adults are late stage diagnosed with ADHD. And, while getting that diagnosis can feel really relieving and provide a path for better understanding their long-standing challenges, they're often still discovering their own accommodation needs, right? And oftentimes managers are going to folks who trust them with their disclosure. They're going to these individuals and saying, "Tell me what you need in terms of support." Um, and sometimes that's still not working, right? And so managers will turn to AI, and kudos to a lot who have learned to be empathetic in their approach. But there's still a lack of adequate technical training for managers, senior leaders, and HR leaders on how to make team interactions, work assignments, office space design, et cetera, accessible to ADHD individuals and individuals with other non-apparent disabilities. This
We are doing real-time technology here. So I'm sure Agatha will hop back on. In the meantime, there's a great comment in the chat. Agatha is coming back. There she is. Okay, great. Agatha,
I'm
unmute there. Perfect.
so sorry about that.
No, apology rejected.
It's
Tech
something
does what it
we've
wants to
been
do. Keep
figuring
going.
out.
Yeah.
That's what could happen. Anyways, I don't know where where you all what you all heard last. What did you hear me say last? I'll ask that.
Apology rejected. Um, you were getting into the part around intersectionality, how it's showing up in the workplace. I don't remember exactly what you said,
Okay.
because me, but
No.
keep going.
I
Just
think
get
you were
back into
talking
it.
about, I think you were talking about how some people like myself are just getting their diagnosis of
Yep.
ADHD, things at a later age. And so
Thank
how
you, Teresa.
managers are going to, these tools to get insights on how to support, but those tools are, perhaps negligent or certainly less skilled at how to do that. So maybe they're not getting the right instruction plus the training required. Now there's a full summary. I was listening.
Yes, thank you, Teresa.
I'll come back.
Oh my gosh, I love you so much. Yeah, so it's created a sort of like conundrum, right? Like, adults are saying, here are the supports that I need, but they're still on their journey of self-discovery as well, figuring out exactly all the supports they need themselves. And then managers, are doing their best to provide those support systems in an equitable manner. And still sort of like hitting this wall. And so a lot of them are turning to AI to sort of help them solve these conflicts or issues within their teams. And so the three huge problems will arise when they do turn to AI. Number one, potentially managers, when they're prompting AI, they may not recognize biases and stereotypes that often affect late diagnosed ADHD adults, especially with regards to intersectionality. So, how a dark-skinned Indian woman with ADHD weathers a particular team conflict differently than a white woman with ADHD, for example, and how all of this impacts how they show up at work, right? Um, the second thing is some managers may or may not know, I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but may or may not know how to check for the validity and accuracy of AI's responses to their prompts, such as reviewing for primary and secondary sources, and also socio-political influences on the data that they're seeing as well. So I think we've got to really be mindful of that in the climate that we are in right now in the US. And then number three, there's a low volume of extensive research on late stage diagnosed ADHD adults compared to childhood or persistent ADHD. And then to bring in the intersectionality lens too, there's a larger amount of data around for young white males with ADHD and autism than it is for other identity groups. So there's quite a few issues, right, when managers turn to AI to begin to help solve some of their problems or the issues that they're seeing. And it's all about being very strategic and figuring out what the right way forward is. And I always say, we can train these models to be what we want them to be, right? We shouldn't assume that um, if we provide objective prompts, that they're going to provide an objective response. We shouldn't assume that, especially because we don't know fully who was behind a lot of the designs of these tools. We don't know how diverse those teams were. We don't know the lens of review that went into place as they were designing these tools and models. So we have to make sure we do the training for these models. And that includes, creating, building with your AI model a bias interrupter, like training them on that for specific issues. It's possible to do that. So I think that that's one of the ways that we can begin to combat these issues. Um, I think taking trainings on how to review data for validity, accuracy, and relevancy is really important, and how to review research data with the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility lens is also important as well, so that you're not just taking whatever is coming out of a peer-reviewed journal and thinking that that is necessarily gospel. So yeah, so there are different layers to this, but really it's just being really important and being keen on, if I'm going to turn to this model for a potential solution that I'm going to pick up and actually use, I need to make sure I'm doing my due diligence on the intersectionality and bias upfront.
Yeah, I think there's an important to add to what you're saying comment in here, and thank you, Teresa, for following. I was in the chat, so I was trying to do too many things, but there's an important comment in here that talks about the amount of white men that are designing these AI tools, these large language models, and so forth. So when we talk about AI bias, intersectionality, we have to acknowledge that there are a lot of heterosexual, cisgender, non-disabled white men or AAPI men who acclimate to white dominant culture, and white dominant culture is how we uphold values of white supremacy, where even the white guy who may be a person with disabilities is not valued as much as the white guy who has none of those things. So we don't have to guess about who's doing it. We know it's happening because a lot of what happens with AI is that we are the afterthought as those who are oppressed groups. So BIPOC, Black, Indigenous people of color, LGBTQ plus communities, people with disabilities, and so forth. So we know that's the reality. It's more so how do we adjust with the bias, which you pointed out wonderfully, Agatha, with thinking about that research and the socio-political bias that shows up in those areas. I'm not going to be the one who's going to sugarcoat and be like AI is great when essentially it is just white supremacy, but more technology. It's just at your fingertips. But there can be a lot of positive things that happen as a result. So I'm curious to both of you, and I'd like to start with you, Teresa. What does equity look like with AI and accessibility? Are there any examples that you can share? Again, there are great things that are there, but we have to be mindful of the current situation.
Yeah, I think that, I'm going to kind of add on to what Agatha was talking about before. And I think one of the biggest challenges is that the creation of these tools, again, this is not like mind-blowing insight today that it is predominantly white and men that are creating these tools. And I think that as a woman who is very invested in the impact these tools are going to have on our lives, all of us in some way, shape, or form, being a part of conversations like this, I think number one, from a visibility perspective, to have 3 females that are neurodivergent, that have unique backgrounds, that are talking about this, about the importance of AI, but also the fractures in AI that exist right now, and how do we start to break down and create better systems. I think part of that is understanding them and education, understanding how companies are going into the process of supporting their employees to validate the use, but also challenge the tools that they're using when they do spot those biases in responses or discriminatory responses that they're getting. Like, how are employees being educated, trained to spot those things? I know we have a few frameworks that we're going to be talking through, which I think is really important. But I think predominantly it is the tools. We talk about managers not being educated on how to support neurodivergent or disabled employees. I don't think managers are very well trained on managing any employees right now. I think there's a lot of education that needs to go into that. And in my ideal world, the time that is saved in some part can be transferred or transitioned into supporting individual managers, leadership teams on how to welcome and support a variety of different employees and the values that those employees bring to the table, or the value that they bring to the table in a unique way that is different from your cis white XYZ employee. I think when it comes to AI and the use of those tools, a big part of that is this is such a trope, but you get in what you put out. And I'm not a huge fan of like, here's a whole prompt library you need to use. But one of the things people do need to understand is the more context we provide our tools, the better those responses are going to be. And what, unfortunately, through the past 30 years of time, 40 years, we started our process of learning through long form education, right? Books and articles and magazines and newspapers. And over time, over the past 20 years, we've gotten into this space where we don't even really need to read or absorb anymore, at least through and today we're in this space where about 40% of people take what comes out of AI, copy and paste it, and don't do any editing. And so I think this idea that one of the first things we need to start educating on is that you really need to understand what your outputs look like. You need to at least take the time to read them if we're going to get the efficiency of having a tool to do some of the work for us. We at least need to read them. We need to understand that anything we put out represents us, and that all of us have a unique perspective, and that perspective is valid and important to go out and to be shared. But that tool can help. I'm a huge proponent. My day-to-day is not in equity work or DEI work, so I'm a little out of my field there. But on the AI side, I truly believe that simple ways to support the outputs that you're looking for include simple things like going into your settings. I'd love to see in the chat by a 1 or a 2 if how many of you have gone in and actually personalized your settings in your AI tools. 1 if you have, 2 if you haven't. Most people haven't. And that's one of the simplest things you can do to go in and personalize your tools, just for the sake of getting more outputs that you want. And in those prompts, in those settings, you can give it some directives like my bias framework, or you can other frameworks that are out there, or even just simple messages to say, include diverse perspectives, including whatever perspectives you think need to be shared, or maybe Dr. Cadet or Agatha have some ideas, things you could put in those settings. But I think there are simple ways that these tools do respond to the way that we ask them to, but we are not asking enough, and we are not providing enough context oftentimes.
Mm-hmm. So before Agatha responds, I think it's important to note that we have to build in the equity of the tools that are designed without us. I think it's really important to note. And so I love that you're sharing the tool of how people can go in and do it, but it further exaggerates and shares the reason why AI is incredibly problematic. The thing is that AI is making assumptions about how we operate when it comes to equity. Again, a lot of great things with AI, but when it comes to equity, with making assumptions. Now, assumptions can happen in real time already, and we know those patterns are happening in AI. So, for example, I'm not neurodivergent. Teresa said she was. I'm an advocate of neurodivergent folks, and I don't want to accept the assumption of a lived experience that's not mine because I'm not the expert of it, right? So this is me fact checking in real time, but you could do something similar when it comes to the different tools that you're using in AI. So passing it on to you, Agatha, what does equity look like in AI and accessibility? And are you, seeing any examples that you would like to share?
Yeah, I think of number one, unfortunately, I'm not seeing a lot of examples in folks being very adamant about having an equity lens in the way that they use AI. I think a large part of it is probably due to the current socio-political climate that we're currently living in the US, or maybe some folks have forgotten the importance of equity as we're working with these types of tools that were clearly built without representation of probably all of us on this panel. So for me, equity looks like training managers and team members on how to leverage AI to support accessibility and inclusion on a routine basis. We have onboarding that we do regularly with our teams. If we know that our teams are already using AI, we need to make sure we're also training them on AI accessibility as well. Right. So training folks on how to train their AI models on interrupting common perception biases for neurodivergent individuals, for example, as it relates to team functions, giving and receiving feedback. That's a big one. Meetings, assignments, deadlines, presentations. The list goes on and on. There are so many possibilities, but training managers and team members on how to train their AI agent or their AI model to build a bias interrupter tool and to always provide them with valid primary and secondary sources for the solutions that it prompts them or provides them with is so, so vital from my perspective. Before you go, you run off and take that solution or that recommendation and begin to use it or implement it in your team. But that's sort of an example, I would say, is a way to begin to embed equity and accessibility into the way that we use AI. It's starting with knowledge and awareness, really upskilling folks, giving them real life case scenarios or having them bring real life case scenarios to the workshops and the trainings, having folks you can coach alongside with, or having communities of practice where managers meet routinely and talk about what they're learning, what's something new they've learned about AI and accessibility, and what have been some of the successes or some of the challenges, and in what case scenarios do they work best, and so on. So I believe, the sky's the limit if we really do make the time for it, in the way that we work with these tools. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we think about the current state of the world, the tools that we need, what we're navigating, there's a lot we have to do to make sure AI is working for us and not against us. So it's very clear, like just a friendly reminder. George Floyd was murdered May 25th, 2020. And so many bias workshops happened in so many different workplaces and spaces. You tuning in today may have gone through one of them. We moved forward 2.5 years afterwards, and people no longer wanted to talk about bias. People no longer wanted to talk about the murder of George Floyd. People didn't want to do stuff for disability. We were still fighting for that A and accessibility to be in there. And what did accessibility mean? And then we have this boom of AI. Bias has never been addressed as human beings, and it's still something to be worked on. And now we're moving forward and very fast in the world of AI. So part of what everyone needs to take away from today is that the bias is still there, and we have to continually empower ourselves to know how to use these tools appropriately. So with what's been outlined today, there's a clear need for non-disabled individuals to engage with AI in a way that empowers rather than replaces, erases, or disempowers the chronically ill and disabled community. So what tools do you have that anyone can use to make sure that AI supports disabled people? Let's start with Teresa and wrap with Agatha.
Sure. So I think number one, I'll say this, just from our conversation today, there's more research I need to do. And I really think it's important that we all take stock of like the frame with which we are looking out, and that there is a much wider view beyond that, and figuring out how to navigate through that. That being said, I am committed in so many ways to helping the teams that I support, which are HR leaders across the world, really, in figuring out how to navigate through the use of these tools. So that might mean me supporting the baseline learning journey and recommending other people who can add value to that journey that I can't add from my lens or my picture window, if you will. One of the ways I tried to do that is through the authoring of my book, really is the idea of getting the information in as many hands as possible. I'm trying to expand the number of hands my book is in. So I have a dyslexic version coming out, a version that will be large print, which enables it easier to create Braille, an Audible version coming out. I loved what I learned from Cindy's session just before ours. And I took a bunch of screenshots on other ways, other modalities that I could get my information out to others, and really want to think about how I'm doing that with the different models. I also have a specific bias framework that really is looking at how we evaluate AI generated content on the back end. And if you don't mind, I could share my screen really quickly for a very quick screen share. I think maybe somebody also has a link to that we can put into the chat, which I can find once after Agatha shares or during Agatha. So I'm just going to share this screen super fast. This is not high tech. It's very simple, but it is literally thinking through this AI generated content that we get Number one, what assumptions or outputs might be being made based on the data that it's trained on? So in those outputs we receive, what biased information is it basing its assumptions on? Number two, what is the impact that it's going to have? So who is helped, harmed, or invisible in the output that you see? Now, while there certainly need to be motions towards building, I love the person in the comment who mentioned, why don't we just create unbiased AI systems? I think that is an incredible concept. I have no idea how you make that happen, to be honest, because there's our own ability, as Dr. Cadet said, our own ability to manage bias is completely, we haven't like checked that box yet by any means as humans. So we got other work we need to do. But I think it's important to ask the question and to leverage the insight in the prompts and in the context that we provide to help those to support better outputs from those tools. 3, alternative review. What would this look like if I asked the question differently, or if I challenged my tool to look at this question from a different context or a different lens? Somebody who is neurodivergent, somebody who is disabled, somebody who is or differently abled. And then finally, the systems context. How is this information going to be used? And what are the real world consequences of that happening? And then I've shared, hopefully I'll get the link in the chat, just this very simple one pager. I've also incorporated into a larger version tool that will help you get some insight into maybe how you can start planning to responsibly manage your AI adoption in the new year. But I think at the end of the day, let me stop sharing. From my perspective, I continue to try to find ways to make the impact positive. And I recognize that that has to be done through, an octopus's arms, dozens of arms working in concert to make it happen.
Absolutely. Agatha.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Teresa. I love that framework. So something that I've developed, it's called the Foundations of AI Bias Mitigation, and it really is a framework designed to help users.
Ooh, the drama is back. The tool is the foundation of AI bias mitigation, which I will share in chat shortly as Agatha comes back on so that you have her tool. In the meantime, to address the question that was in a chat about, building non-biased AI tools, there are people who are working to do that. They just don't get funded. Short version, because the benefit isn't there. Again, when you look at white dominant culture, it is the hot, sexy thing, and the hot, sexy thing does not include the oppressed groups that are there. So back to Agatha, you cut out in a very wonderful, dramatic way by saying foundations of AI bias mitigation, and then you just disappeared. But I did put your tool in chat, so please take it away.
Yeah, thank you for that. Again, apologies for the tech issues today, you all. My sincerest apologies. So the Foundations of AI Bias Mitigation, it's a framework that I've developed to help users train their AI models to reduce bias and promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness. I know we haven't talked much about cultural responsiveness, but that's something that's really important to understand when we talk about equity and accessibility. And it really does offer practical tools for anyone to be able to identify and address biases in the AI's outputs, regardless of their technical background. Because the other thing I don't want folks to assume is that if they ask, I think that one thing that we have to be careful is to assume that a lot of AI models don't know how to respond to a lot of these bias questions. And so we have to actually feed it the research data to pull from. We have to ask the questions in the right way. And so this framework that I've developed really does help with that. So the first step is, prompting AI to identify 3 to 5 most common biases that might surface when responding to your issue or whatever that prompt is. And then also prompting it to provide you with the primary and secondary sources that it's using. That's important. And then you have to then figure out how to review for validity, reliability, and relevancy. And then you also have to prompt it to then review for socio-political influences that may be, what's the right word, minimizing the bias or the impact that the solution that AI is giving you might have. And then based on these different prompts as you're training, basically this is like how to train your AI model to check and review its solutions and recommendations for bias. And then step 3 is prompting AI to then create a bias interrupter checklist based on these identified biases that you all have verified via research and sociopolitical reviews. And then number 4, you then prompt AI with your actual question and require it to use the bias interrupter checklist to then draft that unbiased response that you're looking for. So the way that I'm approaching this is that you don't actually put your original prompt in first. You actually just begin by, I need to train you first to be able to answer in the way that I need you to answer. And so that's what Foundations of AI Bias Mitigation does. And I'm happy to provide lunch and learns and quick brief workshops or more in-depth workshops on this, how to use this tool or how to use this framework.
I've shared that link in the chat as well for a lunch and learn with Agatha and all the tools Teresa and Agatha have shared. My tool for you is my book, White Supremacy is All Around, Notes from a Black Disabled Woman in a White World, where I talk about different real life stories of intersectionality. We have to understand intersectionality for ourselves, for others to have a better world, but also to better understand AI. The second tool I want to share with you is minus AI. In any search tool, you put in what you're looking for, space minus AI, and you won't have to have unnecessary AI stuff come up, and it saves you time for the fact checking that's there. Again, use AI tools responsibly, resourcefully, but just know if things do not change with AI, the jobs that AI is taking over will be yours because you are disabled or chronically ill, or will be yours because you are BIPOC, because we know AI is taking jobs from entry-level and mid-level jobs. So we have to find a way to use it in a way that allows us to still thrive as our beautiful selves. And for those of you in the workplace who have to use AI tools, think about ways in which bias and bias education training can happen, or sharing tools in that space. So it is not removing you from the situation or your job, but working collectively together to benefit them, just like that heterosexual, non-disabled, cisgender white dude. So with that said, thank you for the questions in the chat. Thank you for this very important conversation. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Agatha. And remember, all you have to do is just keep being amazing in this world that may try to erase you. We're here, we're powerful, and we're going to keep being amazing. Thank you. Back to you, Greer.
Thanks. That was a wonderful conversation, and we will be taking a short little break. See you back here soon.
gonna bring all the trouble out. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. Sometimes, murder, it's so heavy. Sometimes, murder, it's so heavy. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry, and we won't have to cry no more. We ain't gonna cry no more. We won't have to cry no more. It's gonna be hard, and we won't have to cry no more. We ain't gonna cry no more. We won't have to cry no more. It's gonna be hard. Sometimes, murder, it's so heavy. I wanna let you know this evening. I wanna let you know that if you can just hold on. Sometimes, murder, it's so heavy. Sometimes, murder, it's so heavy. From the all our keeps and God knows I'm free. All that from the we ain't gonna have to cry no tears. From the all our keeps and God knows I'm free. All that from the we ain't gonna have to cry no tears.
All right, team, welcome back. I'm going to go ahead and add our presenters. So give me 1 second. We got Denise, are you all good on captions? It looks like you are connected. Just let me know. All right, we're going to go ahead and welcome Megan. Hi, Megan. We are going to welcome Ellen. Hi, Ellen. It's so good to see you. And then finally, we have Emily. Hi, Emily. Glad you could make it. All right, I'm going to turn it over to you all. Welcome.
All right. If everyone can hear me, I will go ahead and kick it off. I think, Ellen, you are going to share your screen. Can we get started with that? Just so we can have a...
Yes, I was just double checking. Greer, are you sharing or do you guys share? Oh, she's still here.
If you want me to share, I will share. Otherwise, you share.
Okay, I'm on it, Emily.
Fantastic. Just to get everybody on the same page. Hi, everyone. We are excited to have a conversation and a shared space for learning with one another and from one another as we are going to be talking about effective accomplishment. Specifically, how do we use our privilege to take steps that make a difference? With that being said, I'll introduce myself and then the other speakers. I'll ask them to do the same. My name is Emily Nybo. I'm coming to everyone from Charlotte, North Carolina today. I am a blonde, middle-aged woman wearing a white patterned shirt today, and my background is gently blurred, but it is mostly the white alcove of my corner office apartment today. My background that brought me to this panel is I have over 15 years of experience in strategic HR and culture, specifically as an internal DEIB leader and leadership culture consultant for the past few years, but I've worked with several global companies on the inside as a DEI program manager and strategic leader. So with that, I would like to hand it off to, how about Megan next and then Ellen?
Hi, everybody. My name is Megan Reese. I use she, her pronouns. I'm coming to you today from what we call Oakland, California, but is also the ancestral home of the Ohlone people. It's a little overcast today, so I'm not sure what kind of light you're seeing me in. I'm in such a small box, I can't tell, but behind me is a blue couch, a chaotic whiteboard, some concert photos, lots of books and plants. And I'm a therapist, a coach, and a workplace consultant. I'm all about psychological safety, or whatever we have to call it nowadays to get leaders to get on board with it. And my background into allyship and accomplice work comes from some racial justice work. I've always been someone who liked to stand up for people. I've always been someone who's rooted in fairness and social justice. But I made a commitment to show up as an accomplice about 10 or 11 years ago. And, it's a way of life. So I'm here for the long haul for all the people who need accomplices.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ellen Whitlock Baker. I am also a coach and I consult as well. I have about 20 years of experience working in engaging alumni and communities and have just branched off to run my own coaching and consulting business over this last year. I'm really lucky to be here because I got to meet Greer, who was on an episode of my podcast and absolutely floored me with her approach to a human-centric workplace. And I've been learning a ton ever since. I am coming at you from Edmonds, Washington, which is just a little bit north of Seattle. I am a middle-aged woman. I have sort of medium-length brownish blonde, let's be clear, it's a little gray hair. And I am wearing some maroon lipstick that I hope is working for my complexion and some big AirPod Max orange and red headphones. Behind me, there are shelves with a whole bunch of books and photos and the light is pretty gray over here in the Edmonds, Washington area. So really nice to meet all of you.
I forgot to do my physical description. I don't know why I would be avoiding that, but anyway, middle-aged white woman. I have wavy dishwater blonde hair. I say dishwater because I'm a big Prince fan, and glasses. I think that's, yeah, you get it.
All right.
Ellen, I'm not sure if you saw the request. Okay.
Another mic. You can keep going, Emily, if you want.
All right. While Ellen is moving closer to her microphone, wanted to let you know that it's not just the three of us today that have put in some of the work to bring this panel to you. Wanted to first and foremost give grace and thanks to Brittany King, who has been a key collaborator and advisor for today's session. You'll be hearing from her in a video in just a moment. Also, all of the other names on the screen, in addition to AC. Someone tell me AC's last name. My brain just wiped the nervousness of being on a panel, but there were many people that brought this to you today. I say that because we know as white women in this space, also history tells us that white women sometimes are the catalyst to making culture change happen, but also we tend to get in the way. So, as we are approaching this work of how do we be allies in the world of rethinking ability, but also in all areas of life, because we all likely can be or need an ally at some point. We wanted to create this space to have rooms where we can talk about the hard stuff, where we can unpack our privilege and give ourselves grace to hopefully move through any of our own personal blockers so we can take active action and meaningful action as accomplices. So without further ado, let's jump in and hear from Brittany King herself, who is the founder and one of the best consultants, I think, in the allyship space, but there's so many voices. But once we're able to click the video, let's hear from Brittany. We can't hear it, so let's.
Yeah, I thought you might not be able to. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ellen. Let's check settings.
I actually don't know exactly.
Hey, Ellen, when you go to share,
yes, please.
On the right side under presenter layout, it says share options, and you're going to want to click that share sound button. And if you can't show it, I can probably show my screen real quick.
Why don't you do that, Greer? Because I'm
hold on
really struggling here. Sorry, guys.
Tech issues in real time. Okay, I'm going to share my screen back.
We spent lots of time figuring out the sound. So, Ellen, it is not your user error. It is just confusing, but Greer will get us back.
Yes. All right. I am coming up. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Brittany King. I am your neighborhood hope dealer. That means I deal hope with my words. I am the founder and CEO of Amplify Allyship. We teach companies how to use allyship as their competitive advantage. Yes, even right now. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about my background, but first, I want to provide you with a visual description of what I look like. I'm a Black woman with caramel brown skin. I am wearing my black hair half up in a ponytail with the other half being down and rested on each side of my shoulder. I have on dark brown tortoise-colored glasses that are square-ish in shape, and I'm wearing gold hoop earrings that are just a bit smaller than a quarter. I have on a navy blue top that is appearing black on the screen, but it is complementary to my Zoom background that includes my tan, white, and navy blue logo, and my face is against a whitish gray background. Now, I've told you who I am and what I do, but I also want to share that I am a recovering corporate leader who spent nearly 15 years in corporate America, influencing and leading HR, talent acquisition, and DEI, or some variants of each of those three things. I did that for a decade and a half until 2 years ago. I volunteered to be impacted by layoffs because of the cumulative toll of being Black at work. I want to bookend the conversation with that reality because what you will see next are 4 non-Black women and perhaps another individual who is not Black. And so as you look at the juxtaposition of me, a Black woman who left corporate America, and these non-Black people having a conversation around accomplishment, accomplishship, I want you to consider the reality that the best work that can be done is when allies turn into accomplices for good. One of my favorite sayings related to inclusion, culture, people, and belonging is nothing about us without us. I am honored as a Black woman to have been able to serve as an advisor for these panelists. But let's be very clear, we can all need or be an ally or accomplice at any time. As you are listening to the insights that these superhuman leaders will share, remember that they too are in need of allies. I want you to grant both yourself and them permission to be imperfect, because we are all at the end of the day navigating this human experience. This is a great opportunity for you to stay engaged, to learn, unlearn, yield to validate the experiences of others, and audit your existing level of allyship. And I just ran through out of order my framework that we use here at Amplify Allyship with our clients. So I will leave you with this. A stands for audit. You want to be an accomplice in good? Audit how often you are in rooms intentionally and by your own choosing where you are the only. It's a really good way to measure your accompliceship. I joined a APAC Leaders ERG for quite some time and was the only non-Asian appearing person in the room, and every time I had anxiety and angst. Every time. And that is okay, because I am committed to allyship and accompliceship. The second thing is learn. Just be open to learning. And then I'm going to tie that with unlearn. That's the second L, big letter L. The reality is none of us have this figured out, which is why we are having conversations in conferences like this. And then finally, I want you to yield. Yield to validate the experiences of others. Your job as an accomplice is not to convince, cajole, bring someone over from, quote, the other side. Your job is to yield. One of my favorite activities I do with my clients is called WTS, and it is What the Shrek. It's a quick clip on allyship and accompliceship that I am equipping each of you to walk through. As you watch this clip on your own time, pay attention to the accompliceship dynamics that are taking place. I firmly believe that at the end of the day, we rise together. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your temerity in joining this conversation and for your commitment to creating a better world, or as we say here at Amplify Allyship, to creating workplaces that work. Until next time, friends, I am Brittany King signing off. Take care.
Thank you so much, Brittany. We are so lucky to have had Brittany as our mentor and supporter for this session, and to have her share that wonderful introduction. We're going to spend just a second on showing that framework. So if you want to show the next slide, Greer, we actually have Brittany's framework and we'll make sure that folks get a copy of it. But this is the ally framework that Brittany was speaking of that her Amplify Allyship group uses. And it's such a wonderful and easy one to remember. So it's one we wanted to share with all of you just to make sure you have it too. Starting with the audits, what is my current level of allyship? Lean in and recognize what you've learned, what you have to learn. Let yourself go on an unlearning journey, which is one of my favorite words, unlearning, and yield to validate the experiences of others. And we also have the clip, which we'll put in the comments in a little bit, of the Shrek moment that Brittany uses in the What the Shrek exercise. So you can take a look at it on your own time. We'll find it and put it in there. So we wanted to share that. And then, Emily, did you want to see if there's any questions or feedback, or Megan, did you want to share anything now before we start the first exercise?
I guess I wanted to check in and see if we wanted to sort of give a definition for accompliship, if that's a thing that people feel like would be useful. So I can take if that's a thing people think is useful, I can take a little crack at that. For me, I choose to have the goal of accomplish it, because what that means to me is, instead of simply like being a bystander in systems that are not equitable and not good for everybody, I want to be an accomplice in building a world in which everybody gets access to the resources they need: dignity, safety, respect, etc. Right? It's a way to acknowledge that the systems we live in now do not prioritize everybody, and a wish to build a world in which we do have that. Is that helpful, and did I make it worse?
Yeah, I think you did a great job, Megan. And I think this idea of being an accomplice is really, not only do we observe the systems in which we live, I think in a moment we're gonna probably spend like 90 seconds where we want everyone to reflect on the framework on the screen before we jump into it. But when we're asking people to be not only allies but step into accomplishment, where do you stand in terms of your power and privilege in the systems in which we navigate? And how do you use your circle of influence? How do you use your power and privilege? Because regardless of who we are or what our titles are, we all have innate power and privilege. So with that, an accomplice, Dr. Akila Kade wrote in the chat that a wonderful definition, and I wanted to call it out. She shares that an accomplice is someone who checks their bias, power, and privilege with the same energy of brushing their teeth and putting on their deodorant. So as we all walk through life daily, how do we make sure we don't center ourselves, but we also look out and change the systems in a way that is more equitable and accessible for all? So I'm going to hush. Megan, do you have anything that you want to add?
I mean, I think that's great. And yeah, I think that's a great place to jump off from.
Fantastic. So I'm low tech. I'm going to set a 90-second timer on my phone. Would like everyone to let's take 90 seconds and reflect and journal on the prompts on the screen. Take yourself through the ally framework and an audit.
Go to the next slide.
Next slide too, Greer. You can reflect on the whole framework, or you can stick to this one question, which is how often are you the only in rooms intentionally and by your own choosing, which is the first thing that Brittany asked us. And this we find to be a really helpful jumping off point for understanding how you land in the continuum of accompliceship.
Ten seconds until we come back. There was a little timer at top. We went a little over 90 seconds, but all right, everyone, come on back.
So we wanted to open it up before we're going to get into some breakout groups in a little bit so we can have really intentional conversations. But we wanted to open it up for anyone wanting to share a reflection that they had during this time, something that surprised you, something. Did you find that you're in more rooms than you expected or thought that you were, or you're in fewer than you thought you were? How does it make you feel? Anyone want to share?
I don't see anything in chat just yet, but one of the follow-up questions that I always think about is what level of effort does it take for you to be one of the onlys in a room? Is it something you have to actively choose to do? Because so often our societies, our social groups, we just tend to find people that are like us. That affinity bias is wired in. We've got a hand. Would you like to come off mic?
Yeah. Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Keelikade here. I am an expert in accomplishment, so I'm really enjoying the conversation you are all having. I am also what I call a lonelier only. So I'm one of the few or the only in the room. And I always will be because I'm a Black woman with rare disease, disability, who's also educated. So if we just take something simple, me having a doctorate, I'm part of 3% of the population that have a doctorate. When you break it down to Black women, we're looking at 0.0% of Black women, we're 0.4 or 5. And so I always have to know when I walk into a room or space or place that people are not going to understand me. And I'm going to have to decide if I want to use my power and privilege to advocate for others. And so for those of you who are thinking about this question and what it feels like, um, I would push back and say, we can't intentionally do anything. Things happen actionably. So people are purposely saying, you know what, we need Black people in the room. So let's invite Dr. Akila today so that way we're not racist, sexist, homophobic, ableist, or whatever the list they think may be for my intersectionality to be in that space. We as oppressed people cannot choose who we are in the room. So we already know that we're not being set up for success. What we can choose is if we're going to advocate for ourselves first and others who may come after us in that space.
Thank you for that. And one thing that I'm also going to share too is if you are a member of majority culture, there, as you advocate for yourself, I think it's also important to think about where does self-disclosure play into power and privilege. I'll just say that, right? Because there are a number of privileges that we carry. Since this is a safe space, I'll use some examples just in case anyone hasn't really thought. We've spoken about unapparent disabilities, but also things like religion, neurodiversity, right? So for myself, I'm a neurodivergent queer woman who is heterosexual passing. So in certain instances, it makes sense for me to disclose. In a lot of places, I don't necessarily disclose as a diversity practitioner. And it's not a matter of compromising your authenticity. It's a matter of just being aware of how do you show up in the space and how does using your presence, your voice, your power and privilege possibly take space out of the room for others, especially when we're talking about the yield, the last step of the ally model. So I'll just bring that as an offering because we've got a lot to unpack in spaces. So with that, is this a good time for the next slide, Ellen, Megan, if we feel good
That's
about
great.
it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, y'all. So we're going to let's spend 15 minutes just kind of in a choose your own adventure mode. I'm going to open breakout rooms very quickly. And if you feel kind of like you're new to allyship and want to ask awkward questions, and while this space was centered for white women to ask questions that may feel stupid, if you are a male or a person of color, we welcome you in any of these spaces, but we also don't expect you to step in and do labor. So if you want to go into a breakout room, that is your option. All right. So everyone can choose their own adventure. If you're new to this, Ellen will be leading a discussion for kind of unpacking accomplishment. What does it mean to go beyond just being an ally? If you're group 2, you see the description on the screen. Megan is going to hold space for some that have stepped into this before, but may struggle with their own privilege. Or as Brittany shared in the video, feel nervous. How do you move through that? Right? And if you say the wrong thing, what does repair look like? And for me, I'm going to hold what I'm calling a space for people who may be more, maybe you've been in social justice, maybe you've been in DEI work for a bit, but this is still a process. I say dumb stuff and I cause harm, but I still have to move through it because the circles that I'm in as an HR leader and as a DEIB leader, I have a higher standard in which I have to do. So I'm going to open the breakout rooms now. And we invite you to come to this space and we'll give a 3-minute warning before we come back to the main room. So thanks everyone. And room 3 didn't save, sorry, but we're gonna go. We're gonna open the room. So we've got room 1 is new but motivated. 2 is what we're calling active but learning. And room 3 is going to be for those that may have been doing this work for a little while. So please choose your own adventure. And if we don't have active participation in some of the rooms, we may move you in and go down to 2 rooms. And if that's the case, I will jump in with another. So please assign yourself. I will be joining room 3 in just a moment. We're going to wait. Thank you, everyone. All right. Greer or anyone else, I'm going to go ahead and jump into room 3 and jump into conversation. If that is a-okay. Hey, friends. While all of our groups are getting so rudely yanked back to this main room, we're going to give them just a couple seconds while everyone is coming back. I'm sure that these conversations can always go on much longer, but alas, we only have so much time. And the hope is always that this is, if it's your first, your second, or your 30th, it is certainly not your last conversation. So I would love, I think everybody's back. Is everybody fully back? Welcome back. All right, yes. Welcome back, everyone, to the main room. These conversations could always continue, and we hope that they do continue. Would love to hear with a representative from room 1 first. What were some of the bulleted takeaways from your conversation?
If anyone from room 1 wants to speak up, raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm happy to do it. I forgot to assign somebody, but we had a good conversation about a further definition of accomplishment, which I stumbled through. And it, means something a little different for everyone, but we really focused on what is the action that you are taking, as opposed to the hey, I agree with whatever this is, but not doing anything. And especially as white women, how can and should we use our power in order to do that? I mentioned a really wonderful resource. Her name is Jodi Ann Bury. She just wrote a book called Authentic. And we also have Dr. Akila here, who has another great book. So I'm going to put Jodi Ann's stuff in the chat. I told my room I would be doing that, but she has been really helpful for me. She has a TED Talk as well about that really has sort of a call to action for white women in particular. And we talked about how perfectionism can keep us from taking action because we are afraid we're not going to get it perfect, and that we often go into sort of a fight, flight, freeze scenario when we feel uncomfortable, which a lot of this work is all about feeling uncomfortable because we're unlearning some stuff that we have been learning forever. And so we didn't quite get here, but one of the things that I really like to think about is these sort of small micro changes can really help you to get to a place of not having that reaction, that fight, flight, or freeze. You don't necessarily go from being someone who doesn't really know what accompliceship is and isn't feeling comfortable in that space to an activist in one day. You really have to take it slow, and you're going to learn and unlearn all along the way, and it will be uncomfortable. So we talked a lot about that sort of not letting that perfectionism, that wish for people to like us, that sort of white woman world, white supremacist culture, to not get in our way, because we will get in our own way if we kind of let that lead us. So I think that was about it. Does anyone else want to share anything from group 1? Thank you.
All right, Megan in group 2, what were some of the takeaways from your conversation?
Well, I was to open it up to participants, and I'm here for support.
I can give a couple of takeaways that at least from what I had written down. I think we talked about a lot of different kind of topics. We ended up being a group of folks, mainly in HR. There were some folks in education there in the beginning as well, but something we talked about is just as part of our day-to-day and how we're trying to understand more about different groups and different cultures. One thing that really stuck with me was just the importance of diversifying the stories that we hear, and making sure that either our reading, our media, our conversations are just with different voices. And I think that's really how I tend to internalize a lot of understanding. While completely understanding, we will never understand the lived experiences. So never assuming that we understand that what folks are going through, even if we have some similar overlapping characteristics there. One other piece we talked about is that while it might feel a bit guilty to us, to kind of prioritize self-care in our journey as well. We talked a little bit about how oftentimes as HR folks, we are advocating for, we're trying to be allies and accomplices for a lot of folks throughout the organization and do not always win those battles. We are often the ones who need to deliver messages that we do not agree with. And I think that is a struggle of ours internally, where we have kind of invisible allyship that is unsuccessful allyship, and just the importance of us kind of taking care of ourselves in that situation so we do not give up, so that we can continue along this marathon and along this journey.
Fantastic. For the sake of time, I'm going to briefly summarize group 3. I'm going to invite additional comments and then we're going to close. And I will be pulling together a list of resources and also sharing the What the Shrek link so we can all take our work forward. So in group 3, we were a series of HR leaders and folks that have been in the DEIB space for a while. And Dr. Akila Kadei joined our group, so I have to give her credit for a lot of these nuggets. We talked about if we're going to do this work, you got to be uncomfortable. You have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. To add on what group 2 was saying, if you are doing the work, you are in the place of navigating systems. There's going to be an element of which you have to take care of yourself, but you also have to very strategically play where are you going to push within the way that you have power and privilege. How are you going to show up in a way that is useful? Also, listen, not only to the lived experiences of others, but Black women have been telling us that this was going to happen for a while. This isn't new. However, if folks didn't listen the last 5 years, hopefully they can listen now. But in order for us to show up effectively, I want to go back really quick, if we can go back to the ally model, because I wanted to bring this session to a close with us thinking about what does it mean for us to audit how we're showing up as accomplices with action in mind. What are the current actions? What are your current level of actions? Learning, continuing to diversify the media that you take in, continue to really meaningfully listen and learn from the experiences of others, especially during the challenging political changes that are happening right now. Look at who is affected and learn what that impact is. Unlearn your biases, unlearn some of the things that you may have learned in your learning journey. And I'm going to say white saviorship. If you are a white person, make sure that you unlearn what that need to fix looks like, to make sure that you are not possibly continuing more harm if your lenses were shaped through the systems of white supremacy, which leads us to yield. Yield first. Ask yourself, what is useful? How can I show up in a way that doesn't take up space, that doesn't unvalidate the experience of others? There are some tools that we'll share. One that I'm going to drop. If you are an audiobook person, it's about a 6-hour listen. Bell Hooks, her book, Feminism is for Everyone. She talks about the history of advocacy and the role that white women have played in movements, but also the problematic whitewashing or watering down of progress in the name of progress that women have done to move things forward. Yes, I'm aware as a practitioner that sometimes 2 steps forward is still progress, but we have to make sure that we are lifting all as we climb, as we are trying to make a world that is more accessible, fair, equal for all. So before I drop all the links, I'm going to invite anyone else for any thoughts, questions, comments, because we are right at time and I want to make sure we have time to get all those resources out. Megan, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just want to, this is echoing what a lot of people have already said, but, I've been really thinking about self-care recently because we are definitely in a marathon and, being an accomplice is a way of life. And we're just going to keep sharpening our critical thinking at every step of the way. And just to remind you that in those moments of discomfort, in those moments where we maybe feel shame for getting it wrong, I highly encourage you to have places you can process that that are not holding the person impacted hostage to your feelings. So, like, as you're committing to this work, look at where you can get your support. Look at where you can learn from people who have a similar identity to you, but are maybe further down the road. Look at places where you can ask those folks for help and question and support. And also do take care of those feelings, because we want you to stay in the game. We want you to stay in this work and keep chipping away at this world we live in and building something that includes us all.
Ellen, anything else that you want to add? Okay, she's shaking her head and she's still on mute, so I'm going to assume that's a no. Give me some grace, y'all, while I copy and paste a whole bunch of links. The What the Shrek, unless someone beats me to the What the Shrek link that's here. Wanted to give thanks again to Brittany King for lending us her framework. Wanted to give thanks for all of you for being able and willing to step in to awkward conversations, possibly because awkward is just the starting point. We have to be intentionally getting comfortable with discomfort. And as it came up in the chat, we're not entitled to comfort just because we are white. But I'm going to say we're not necessarily entitled to comfort if we want to be doing this work that makes it makes it better for everybody else. We're all going to have to sacrifice a little bit of comfort if we want to say that we're doing this work. Because we don't get to call ourselves allies, but that's a whole different conversation. Thanks, everyone. I'll hand it back over to Greer or anyone else that wants to close. I think we are at time. So thank you, everyone.
Greer, the sound's not coming through for me.
Hold, please.
So you've done all the hard work of recruiting somebody with a disability and they're ready to show up for the interview. However, many candidates struggle with the confidence to be able to successfully ask for an interview accommodation. One of the best things that you can do is just offer interview accommodations to all people that you're interviewing. And if you want to phrase it a little bit differently, just simply ask, is there anything that we can do to adapt our environment to make you feel more comfortable here? But let's talk about 3 specific interview accommodations that I see that are super common and won't cost you a dime. The first one is send the candidates the questions ahead of time. This helps out for so many various different neurodiversities and people that may have communication barriers and makes them feel like they can bring their confident best self. Next, consider the format for the interview itself. Is it one-on-one or is it a panel style interview? And is it going to be over the phone or is it going to be via video chat? Consider the format that you're doing it and consider being flexible in that. For example, somebody with anxiety disorder may really struggle in a panel style interview format. Finally, let's consider the technology options that are available to us when we're setting up an interview. Many of the interviews that we're going to be doing happen via long distance anyway, so if somebody comes to you and they're hearing impaired like me, consider setting up a video chat so that they can watch their face or even turn on the auto closed captions on the video chat link. Alternatively, consider that somebody that's doing a video interview with you may not feel comfortable turning on their camera, and that's okay. Remember, it's incumbent upon all of us to make the interview space a more welcoming environment for all individuals, including those with disabilities.
remember it all like I'm doing. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. Sometimes, murder, it's so bitter. Sometimes, murder, it's so bitter. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry, and we won't have to cry no more. We ain't gonna cry no more. We won't have to cry no more. It's gonna be hard, and we won't have to cry no more. We ain't gonna cry no more. We won't have to cry no more. It's gonna be hard. Sometimes, murder, it's so bitter. I wanna let you know this evening. I wanna let you know that if you can just hold on. Sometimes, murder, it's so bitter. Sometimes, murder, it's so bitter. From the heart, all I keep saying, God, no memory, all that from the heart. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. From the heart. All I keep saying, God, no memory, all that from the heart. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears.
right, Dr. Young, I'm going to go ahead and welcome you. Give me 1 second. All right, welcome to the conversation, Dr. Young. So happy you're here. I will give it to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to share my screen and then we will get started. Okay, so I know there's like the nice fancy way to share it so you can't see all the white space, but I need it this way so that it's not taking up my entire screen. So hopefully you can see everything and it looks good to you. Today, we are going to be talking about what it means to build a practice. So, how do you make inclusion part of your everyday so that instead of it becoming a program at your organization or an initiative or something extra, right? We want inclusion to be part of our everyday. So, a little bit about me. I live at the intersectionality of being queer, non-binary, and multiply disabled. I am an accessibility strategist who believes that access is a whole brand and it's not just an itty-bitty checkbox. I lead enterprise accessibility training and culture programs that embed inclusion into product design and organizational change. And I believe wholeheartedly in empathetic education, human-centered systems, and the power of community. So all of those lenses are the perspectives through which we're going to be approaching today's talk. So if you've seen me around LinkedIn, you know that I use the hashtag A11Y with Angela. So people have said to me, "Oh, is that your company?" And I'm like, "No, it's not a company." "Oh, do you have an LLC?" "No, I don't have an LLC." And I have sat with that and thought about it before. However, it's never sat well with me to use it that way. A11Y with Angela instead is meant to be a movement that is rooted in empathetic education and radical inclusion and real world impact. So for me, A11Y with Angela is where accessibility meets authenticity and humanity, and it's a space for unfiltered conversations, which we're going to be having today, practical tools, and powerful community building. And really, it's a call to action to be the change. So, with all of that being said, I am here today to support you, but I am not here today to give you a strategy deck. So, if you're coming to this talk and you're like, this is great, I want to learn some strategies, that's not what this talk is going to be about. So, you are going to be sorely disappointed if that is the case. Somebody in chat, oh, Greer just wrote, A11Y is a shorthand version of accessibility. So let's talk about that for a second. Let's go back to that. So A11Y is how we write accessibility in the shorthand because 11 is the number of letters that exist between the A and the Y in the word accessibility. And I love using the shorthand. And when I was trying to think of a hashtag or trying to think of something that I could use in branding, it just kind of popped into my head. So that's what it became. But if you ever are on Slack and you've heard of the Ali Slack or Accessibility Slack or A11Y Slack, that's what they're talking about with all of those acronyms. So, okay, so like I said, I'm not here to give you a strategy deck. What we're going to do today is we're going to give you, instead of a strategy deck, we're going to give you a challenge. And the challenge is to situate yourself in what you're hearing today and to think about the ways you can be inclusive every day starting tomorrow. Or if you want to be really adventurous, let's start later this afternoon, right? Especially if you're on the Pacific Coast and you still have half your day left. We can be ambitious and we can start there with our inclusive practices. So I'm here because I believe that inclusion is a practice, not a program. Every one of us, no matter our title, can choose to lead with inclusion. And I've seen firsthand how small, consistent actions can shift organizational culture. So often we hear inclusion as a part of DEI, right? Or when we have lunch and learns at our organization that are DEI based or DINB based, We're talking about them as a program. We're talking about programmatic and structural changes. And that's not what inclusion truly is. Inclusion is the way that you live your life. So you can be inclusive in your words, in your actions, in the way that you structure your meetings. You can be inclusive in the way that you structure your office or your office hours or the way things are done on your team at work. And that's what we mean about these small, consistent actions that can shift culture. So you've probably heard a lot of the myths of big change. When people feel like in order to make a change, it has to be some grand gesture, some huge movement. So you might have heard people say things about inclusion like, we'll start after we're trained on this. Or we're not going to look at inclusive practices at our organization or on our team until we have leadership buy-in. You might have also heard people say things like, hey, our inclusion roadmap isn't ready yet. All of those things might be necessary at your organization, but what I want you to take away from this particular point is that you don't need to make big changes. You don't need everybody under the sun at your organization to buy into something before you can start becoming more inclusive. Inclusion really is about those small steps that you can make. So, what is this session? Well, it's definitely not a workshop on inclusive hiring, and it's not a formal program deep dive, and it's definitely not a leadership strategy session. So what we're going to be doing throughout this session is we're going to be pausing to discuss. This is a very interactive session. It's a call into your everyday habits. It's a mirror to reflect how we show up. And it's a space to imagine what we could do differently starting today. So throughout this session, I really encourage you to start putting your thoughts into chat. To utilize the chat as a way to springboard into what we're going to talk about next. So you might notice over here on the left, I only have 18 total slides. This is going to be a really short session if it's not interactive. And that's why this session was built to be interactive, because I am kind of going to guide the conversation that we're going to be having, but I really would like this to be a conversation. So you can choose to share by raising your hand or by putting something in chat. I prefer chat only because it helps us keep it organized. So please feel free to put things in chat as we're going. So thoughts you're having, questions you have, things you agree with, things you don't agree with, sticking points you might be feeling. Anytime something pops into your head and you're like, yeah, but what about XYZ? Please put that in chat so that we can talk through that. And that starts now. Feel free to start utilizing the chat now. What is inclusion? You've heard talks over these past 3 days about, and everything kind of centers inclusion, right? I like to have this 4-line mantra about inclusion that I share with my team, with my organization across departments. Inclusion is made up of 4 things. It's made up of the choices that we make, the voices that we're centering, the habits that we're repeating, and the spaces that we create. And let's break that down. And while we're breaking that down, I would love to hear in chat, what are some choices you make? What are some voices?
I think we lost them. The drama does persist. Akila would love it. There they are. Okay. Hi, welcome back.
Hi, and I'm really sorry about that. It happened yesterday. I restarted my computer. I closed all of my other windows. I don't know what's going on. I am really sorry.
No, if Dr. Kade was here, she would say the drama persists. So we're all here for it.
Oh, it's persisting. It's persisting. So let me go back to sharing my screen because I realize that you cannot see what I can see, and it's in my head. Okay, here we go. So the choices we make. I want you to start putting into chat what you're thinking about as I talk about these different lines, these different 4 components of inclusion. I'm glad you rejected my apology. Thank you. So there are choices that we make as a person every day. And a lot of the choices that we make, 95% of them are completely unconscious. We're not doing it on purpose, right? So we need to think about how are we consciously choosing to be inclusive every day? Because there are probably ways that we're choosing to be non-inclusive every day when we don't mean to be doing that. So then we also think about the voices that we're censoring. Are we unconsciously silencing people in our lives? Totally not meaning to, but is it happening? And we need to think about that. And then are there habits that we are engaging in that demonstrate what's important to us and whose voices are important and what isn't important to us and whose voices are not important? And then are we creating an inclusive space, or are we unconsciously demonstrating that certain people belong in our spaces and certain people do not belong in our spaces? So let's go to chat for the first comment. The first comment is, I would love ideas for how to let my employees know that they can ask for accommodations and help it be made easy to do so. So maybe our regular year-end reflections or informal can be a place to always bring it back up, even if it doesn't come up throughout the year. Yes, absolutely. So the first thing I would say on this is that model what it means to ask for accommodations. So for example, you could be like, oh, I had a great conversation with HR about some accommodations I needed, and they were really supportive. And I hope you all know that if you need accommodations, feel free to come to me if you would like me to back you up when we go to HR together to ask for those accommodations. Or obviously, since accommodations are very private, please know that if you do go to HR, they're going to be supportive. Okay. Or on your team, you can say, hey, I went to HR to ask for these accommodations and I wasn't feeling the vibe. So here's what I think I'm going to do next time. So this way, you're letting people know that accommodations are, number one, something that can be talked about freely with you, that you are a safe person for that. And number two, if they need support, there are ways they can go about getting that support and feeling like someone will back them up if they're afraid to go to HR on their own. Yes, informal one-on-ones are definitely the greatest place to bring, talk about accommodations, especially because it is supposed to be something that is private. So when I have one-on-ones with my team, if I sense that there might be something that they need, I might be like, hey, would it be helpful if I XYZ? That way they don't even need to ask for the accommodation. I'm already offering it up as something that might be helpful for them. And then all they have to do is be like, yeah, that'd be great. Or no, I don't really feel like I need that. So I also say to people, take the word accommodation out of your vocabulary. People hear accommodation and they're thinking medical needs, or they're thinking HR involvement, or they're thinking paperwork. Take that word out of the equation, because then it becomes something that they can just talk about. Hey, I really need this. Hey, I'm feeling this way today. I'm really having a lot of chronic pain today. So I'm going to be taking breaks every couple of hours for 20 minutes to put my feet up so that I can alleviate that chronic pain. So definitely model it. That's exactly what you want to be doing. Next says from Kim, please talk about the biggest issue we accessibility consultants face when working with small and smaller companies. They are unaware of accessibility and that it is a legal requirement. Any suggestions? We talked about this with Dr. Cadet on day one of Rethink Ability. When you propose accommodations as a legal benefit or a legal requirement, that is fear-based. Anytime you start talking legalities, it's going to be fear-based. People are afraid of that because they hear something legal and they think they're going to be sued. Okay, so I don't come at accommodations from a legal perspective. I come at accommodations from a human perspective. Don't you want your workers to operate at their best? If you do, let's think about ways you can encourage XYZ to be happening. And then that way you're having that accommodation conversation, but you're not doing it from a place of fear where you're suggesting to organizations, especially startups, that don't have the capacity or the finances, the financial backing to be able to handle a huge lawsuit. So approach it from a human perspective. What do people need to be successful? It's a lot calmer. It's a lot more org friendly because then you're aligning with them and trying to support them on this. You're not coming at it from that fear-based legal perspective. So that's absolutely my solution. And I thought Zoom was going to cut out again, but I don't think it did. So if there's a small company, you're a business of one, you're a business of 2 to 5, you're a business of 5 to 10, you want solution. You want actionable solutions for how to support the people that you're working with, right? And that's when you can say accommodations are tailored into ADA requirements, for example. So you might say, hey, an accommodation that most people find beneficial is XYZ. So you can pull in the language from ADA or you can pull in the language from EAA, but you're offering it up as a support to those smaller organizations as a consultant and not as something they need to be afraid of that they could be called out on or sued. Someone just said, I think about the referrals I make. Hold on, I'm trying to get the chat window to expand on me and it's not letting me expand the chat window. Jess or Greer, can you help me with what the comment from Jess at 3:45 that starts with, I think about the referrals I make?
I gotcha. I think
Thank
about
you.
the referrals I make to other consultants when opportunities come across my desk. I try to be really intentional about not always referring people who look like or have the same experiences as me.
So the best thing we can do here is use universal language. If you tell it to one person, tell it to everybody, right? So you want to make sure that as you're giving advice and as you're giving supports, they're the same supports that you offer everyone. This is what we call being disabled by society. Shout out to Jamie Shields on LinkedIn for coining that term. So what we think about is, sometimes we'll assume that someone needs something or we'll assume that they fit a demographic that might need something, but really what that does is then unconsciously says other people might not need that. But what if everybody could be benefiting from what it is that you're offering? So ensure that your language is uniform and ensure that you're offering the same accommodations or the same support and conversations around accommodations from a human perspective, remember, as a way to support the organization, to everybody. Does that help, Jess?
I'm going to speak on her behalf and say yes.
Okay, great. I'd be looking at the comment again to make sure I hit all the points, but I can't see it because I can't see my chat window for whatever reason.
Do you want
So
me to
Greer,
read
you
off
want
a
to?
couple other?
Yes, please. That's
All
what I
right.
was just about to
So
ask
we've
you.
got one that says it's learning to unlearn habits, being aware of these. Paul said they all worry about money and don't realize some accommodations are tax write-offs and whatnot.
And some accommodations are free. Let's call that out, right? Some accommodations are behavior-based and behaviors are free, right? So that really segues nicely into the next slide, which is what gets in the way when we're thinking about inclusion. So let's pause on the chat for right now because I want to just address these points and then we can get back to chat. So we overthink it, right? We think that we need to do some huge, again, grand gesture to show people that we're inclusive. But don't overthink it. Just make a small step every day, a small change. We also could assume, again, unconsciously, that other people are responsible. Oh, that is a DEI concern, and I don't sit in DEI, I sit in Learning, Talent, and Development, LTD, right? So we assume that someone else is responsible and that we don't need to act a certain way or change the way we look at inclusion because we're waiting for someone else to do it. We also might fear saying the wrong thing. Y'all, let me tell you, as someone who is deaf and multiply disabled, I have had, and queer, I have had anything you can think of said to me.
Just the drama today with them. I love it. Keeping us on our toes. I have a feeling they'll be back in 10 seconds. There they are.
We're just going to keep doing this all day, apparently.
Do you?
I
Yeah,
don't
do
know
you?
what
You're
is
good.
going
You're
on.
good.
You know
All
what?
good. You're all good.
So we fear saying the wrong thing. And I'm sure if you're someone who is disabled, you've had people say all kinds of things to you. And some of them, people will realize how it comes out and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I can't believe it came out that way. And some people really don't know how it comes out, right? So I like to throw things back on people. Like if people will say to me, oh my gosh, you're deaf. Like, how do you watch TV? And I'll be like, I watch TV this way. How do you watch TV? And then they realize, that it was kind of an outlandish question that they asked, and then they'll kind of course correct. But if they don't, it's okay. Recognize that if people are saying something to you that could be interpreted as rude or as invasive, they see you as a safe space, and that's actually kind of a good thing. And now you can take a moment to educate empathetically and say, hey, you know what? I love that you asked me that. A different way, if you have that curiosity in the future that you might want to phrase it, is XYZ. Also, look, we are stretched thin, okay? We have 1,000 things on our plate, and sometimes changing our practices or behaviors can be seen as something else we have to worry about. Recognize that, okay? Hold that space in yourself. Hold that space in your team. Hey, I know we're super busy, so let's try to make this one change. Okay, and it could be something as simple as, you know what, you use appropriate color contrast on your slides. You know what, hey, if we're making slides, we're going to use this branding guideline, and we're going to ensure that our text is black, our background is white, or our background is black and our text is white, and we're going to ensure that everyone can read our slides. It's a quick change of colors, right? It's a quick step. It's not something super cerebral. And then also, we default to what's familiar. Well, I've always done it this way and I'm fine. But are you really fine though? You know, is that trauma something you really want to repeat, right? Because think about it. We all understand the need for inclusion because of trauma we ourselves have experienced. So, yes, we default to what's familiar, but look, the world is kind of on fire right now. Do we want the world to keep being on fire, or do we want to be, a cool drink of water that's putting the fire out in our own corner of the world? So, Greer, I want to pause here before I go into your everyday power, and I want to hear what else is coming through in chat.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of good comments from earlier. So Mona said, we have quarterly digital accessibility awareness sessions with all new hires, and accommodation talks are often brought up then. So that's a great idea.
That's fantastic. What a great way to do that. And to just, my biggest thing about accessibility is it's most successful when you embed it into your own workflows. And that is a prime example of how to do that.
Yeah, I love that. We've got a request. Are you open to a request? A question.
Am I open to a request?
Yeah, are you open to a question? Is this the time for that right now?
Yes, please
Okay,
ask.
great. So please talk about the biggest issue we, as accessibility consultants, face when working with small and smaller companies. They are unaware of accessibility and that it is a legal requirement. Any suggestions?
I think I did address that one when I was talking about how to make something a human perspective instead of a legal perspective. Because here's the problem. If you address something from a legal perspective, people are afraid. They think they're getting sued. If you address it from a human perspective, this is just naturally the right thing to do because we want to help people, right? Then all of a sudden it lowers that framework in their mind, and instead of seeing it as something they need to be afraid of, they see it as something, hey, yeah, I'm a helper, I'm a good person, I want to help people, right? So you want to come at people and go, of course you're a good person, you want to help your employees do this, oh yes, of course I do, right? You want to make it really easy for people to say yes to inclusion, and the way we do that is through heart and humanity, not through worrying about, that's like basically putting that little seed in someone's mind. Oh, you should be afraid of a lawsuit. If you don't do this, you might get sued. That's not changing it from a way that is really going to stick and be intrinsically motivated. It's changing it from a fear-based perspective.
We've got another really great comment from Luke, who said, it's one thing to have an accommodations process with HR, but if it doesn't include ongoing support for the interactions between the employees and their managers and peers, it just shifts a lot of burden to the employee. I'm in higher ed and hear this from students all the time. Even after they work through the process with the Disability Services Office, it can be an ongoing struggle to get professors to make the changes when they need to be made. Student ends up bearing lots of extra burden all the time if there's not ongoing support for disability services.
Okay, I'm going to say something really prickly and spicy. It is not our job as disabled people to continually educate you. That's exhausting. If you want me to educate you, I'll send you my hourly consultant rate and I will sit there with you, on the clock and educate you. No problem. But it is not a disabled person or a disabled student in this case job to educate you. It is your responsibility, your team's responsibility, your organization's responsibility to do the work. Now, again, how do you get people to do the work? You feed off the fact that everyone is inherently a good person. And of course, they want to help. And you come at it from that human perspective. Okay. Oh gosh, it's really bright in here. When you're showing a movie, how does anybody see anything? When you're showing the slide deck, how does anybody see anything? Oh, maybe what we need to do, well, we can't put shades in, right? That costs money. So maybe what we need to do is we need to make sure that our slide deck is black with white text, because that's a lot more visible in a really bright room. Or, oh my gosh, it's really dark in here. I bet people get tired when they're in here. Okay, so how are we ensuring that we're keeping our content engaging so that our students are having fun, right? So, when you come at things and accommodations from a human perspective, people automatically are like, well, of course I want to make that better, right? The hardest thing I will say that I have tripped over with this is people with facial hair and needing to read lips. Obviously, I'm not going to come at someone and say, hey, I read lips. Can you shave your mustache? Like, you're looking a little, caveman at the moment. Like, could you kind of take care of that? Obviously I can't say stuff like that. So what I do say instead is I'll say things like, hey, you know what? I would really appreciate if you would enunciate your words and face me and speak clearly while you're presenting so that I can understand you better. Right. So again, you're making it about human perspective. You just need this help from them. And more often than not, you'll have people that are more than willing to help because again, we're all good people, right? We want to be seen that way. We want to be seen as a good person. Of course, we don't want to be seen as someone who would deny somebody something, right? So I hope that answers your question, Paul, that, if we can encourage our team to educate themselves and to kind of take on that onus of being the person who is willing to provide some education and support and take that away from your students, then that really does, lift the expectation off of them, and you're kind of owning that. Now, of course, it'd be nice if you weren't the only one doing that empathetic education, right? But this is where team buy-in is really important. And this kind of speaks really nicely to your everyday power. So who are you inviting into the room to help you support with inclusion? Whose voice are you amplifying in meetings, right? Find a way to amplify the voices of the people who are asking for this type of support. Do you find yourself interrupting some people more than others? This can lead to unconscious bias. It's really hard to look at ourselves in the mirror, but that's really important to do when you're doing this inclusion work. Do you explain concepts with inclusion in mind? So when you're thinking about ways to be more accommodating and you're thinking about ways to be more inclusive, are you explaining those concepts to your team with inclusion in mind? And then what accessibility choices are you modeling yourself? This goes back to that point about the one-on-ones, and accommodations. You can model what it's like to ask for an accommodation with your team. For example, on my team, we are perfectly okay with saying to one another, you know what, I am operating on one spoon today and
Would it be funny if we all just left the room and then they came back and it was just them? I was trying to get everybody to leave the room and surprise you. You're muted now, even better.
Am I unmuted now?
There you are.
Perfect. I can't see any controls. They're all invisible. I can see that there's a control box and there's nothing in it.
You're all good. I got you. I got you.
So So look, I've already made an accommodation, an accessibility accommodation, right? I saw that Zoom was cutting out. I stopped speaking. I paused my sentence because I knew it was coming, and now I'm ready. I remember exactly what it is that I wanted to say next. So this is a way to model accessibility, right? When you ask for something, you are modeling to your team and to people at your organization that you are human. And then what you do is you open the door for them to be human too. Greer, what else is going on in chat before I move on?
So, a few reflections. From Dr. Aina. I hope I said your name right. I run into misconceptions about my hidden disability, just wrong information that they spew as fact. I try to gently and informatively correct them. Paul said, I've driven somewhere and people were shocked I got there, or at airports, to be given Braille, I'm deaf, or given a wheelchair. People sometimes just don't understand.
I'm sorry, Paul. That made me laugh.
Paul's
It
got
has happened.
stories.
Oh, I bet. And as someone else who is deaf but speaks and lip reads, I'm sure we have some good stories we could share together. So um, let's go back to invisible disabilities for a second. When you have a disability that is not readily apparent, or even if you do have a disability that is readily apparent, there are people who are going to assume they know everything about your disability because of what they've read on Dr. Google or the internet, right? It is not your job to prove your disability. It is, I said this with Dr. Aquila on Wednesday, it is not your job to prove your pain, okay? They could think what they want. You got to let that go. They're going to think what they want. You got to let that go. Okay. What I tell people is don't tell others your plans, just show them the results. So someone looks at you and thinks that you have certain limitations because of your disability. That's okay. Let them think that. You're just going to show them all your incredible results as you're over there, you know, achieving your goals, smashing the glass ceiling, obliterating your KPIs for the quarter, right? So you're just showing them what you're capable of, and they're going to think what they're going to think, and that's not on you, that's on them. So give yourself a break, Dr. Ina. Don't feel the need to empathize. Don't feel the need to educate, because think about it this way: what are people going to hear even as you're educating them? I have had a lot of conversations with people that I now start with this statement: what is it going to take for me to change your mind? And if you know what, if you can't change their mind, if they answer with I don't know, or if they answer with probably nothing, then you know what? You've just alleviated yourself all the time and stress of having that conversation, because now you know there's nothing you can say, ain't nothing going to come out of your mouth that's going to change that person's mind. So, you do your best of showing them your results. Like Paul, you're showing them your results by arriving safely at wherever you're going, despite the fact that they think you can't do that. That's when, if they're like, how'd you get here? You're like, in my car, just like you did, right? So again, throw those crazy statements and those crazy questions back on them. Why? How'd you get here? What'd you do? Teleport? What you got? You got your TARDIS over there? Like what? Right? So, throw it back on them, and they're gonna hear how loopy or wonky that might sound. Anything else in chat before I move on to thinking about our day, Greer?
No, I think you're good to move on.
Awesome. So let's think about our day. What is one moment today where you chose inclusion? And you know what? I want you to celebrate that. And even if you didn't know that you were doing it, I want you to celebrate that you did it. Okay. Today I had to take my wife and I had to take one of our 2-year-old cats. We have two 2-year-old cats to the vet. She's got a blockage. We think she ate the fake Halloween tree. Fantastic. Said to my team, you know what? I'm really going to need to lower my capacity for today. So I'm going to prioritize XYZ, and this is what I'm going to work on. And if you need me, text me, because I'm probably not going to be at my device midday. So I chose inclusion. I chose to pivot, and I chose to be honest with what I knew I could accomplish today. And my team was super understanding. Number one, because most of us own cats. So we were all super understanding, right? Then they all wanted to see a picture of Peanut. So then I had to go send a picture of Peanut. What's one missed opportunity where I could have been more inclusive? Got really frustrated today. Reached out to somebody. They didn't answer me as quickly as I wanted an answer, and I got frustrated. And I recognized that. I was like, you know what? Why am I getting frustrated? Maybe they're in the bathroom for a really long time, or maybe they had to go take a walk, right? Maybe they had to go touch grass, because Lord knows with the world the way it is right now, we probably all outside touching grass, right? So then give yourself grace and be like, you know what? How can I try again tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'm going to ping someone, and while I'm waiting on a response from them, I'm going to work on something else. I'm not going to let other people's actions affect my progress, right? And what I'm accomplishing, or even my mood, right? Don't let people affect your mood. I mean, it's easier said than done, right? But time box it. I am Greek, which means I am hugely, visibly, outwardly emotional. So I time box stuff. When something affects me, I give myself 5 minutes to like freak out about it. And then I go, okay, now we're going to move on. I don't tell myself I'm not going to react because that's not, there's a word I want. That's not a word, and it's totally failing me.
Realistic?
But thank you. That was the word I wanted. Oh my gosh. I had the R in my head and couldn't think of the rest of it. So I'm not going to tell myself, oh no, I'm not going to react to that because that's not realistic. There's going to be a reaction. It's going to be a big reaction. And I'm not going to tell myself, you know what, I won't think about this right now. I'll think about it later, because of course I'm going to stew about it, right? So I know what works for me. I give myself grace, and then we move on, right? Know better, do better. It really is that simple. So I would like to give you a thought to consider. Systems are people too. Okay. And you're like, what? Systems and people? Two separate things. No, people are systems and systems are people. Think about it. Every system in your organization is a system of the people doing the thing to keep the system going, right? So systems are people. So you are not powerless, you are a ripple, okay? One little change that you do is going to ripple to someone else. And even if you don't think it will, I promise you it will, because people are going to see that you're making that change. When individuals act with intention, that's how those systems evolve, right? And then culture is what happens when no one is looking. And I put this as like, so if we're looking at the way these arrows are going, so we've got arrows going up for you're not powerless, you are a ripple, and we've got an arrow going up for when individuals act with intention, systems evolve, because those are things that move and act outward. But then I've got an arrow going down for culture is what happens when no one is looking, and another arrow going down for systems feel immovable, but they are built by people, because these are internal things. These are internal processes, right? Culture is what is happening when no one is looking, because culture is the way people respond to things, right? I used to say culture is judgment. And I usually say that like tongue in cheek, because if you know anything about different types of culture, there's layers of judgment in all different types of cultures, right? If you're Greek like me, there is a way that culture exists, and Greek culture thrives and exists on judgment and a lot of blessing yourself and a lot of, church. But anyway, so culture is what happens when no one is looking. It's the unconscious things that are at play in your organization. And then systems feel immovable, but they're built by people, and people can change, okay? For the most part in this process. If you're looking over at your narcissistic partner wondering how you can change them, the answer is no, you cannot. But we're talking about the ways that you can change people, okay? And the ways that you can change people with inclusion are by modeling those inclusive practices that then other people will see and look to, even if it's unconscious. So I want you to choose your one practice right now, in your head, right now. Think small. I can't think of anything. You're putting me on the spot. You're only giving me a second. That's because I want you to think really, really, really small. Okay. So for your one practice that you're going to start later today, ideally, or tomorrow, you're going to think small and you're going to think repeatable. What is something small that you can do over and over and over and over? And something small that I can do over and over and over and over is recognize that people will have their own response times when I ping them. And you know what? That's my one practice. And I came up with that in my head just now. Like I wasn't preparing for this. And when I gave that example, it just came into my head. So therefore I went with it. So if I could choose my one practice right now, you can choose your one practice right now. So is anybody bold and brave willing to put the one small practice that they are going to enact beginning later today or tomorrow that is repeatable in chat? One state.
Okay, they're gone, so I'll facilitate this while they're gone. If anyone has anything to share, I could definitely talk about a couple that I've learned from these sessions. One would be I will never ever send anyone a message ever again that just says, "Hey." I will always provide context. I will always provide a reason for why I want to show up, or I'm asking them to talk with me. And so,
Thank you. Oh
yeah,
my
I think
gosh.
that's a huge one.
Can we please normalize not saying hi, can we talk?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
And I used to work in HR. And so when I used to do that to people, their stomachs would drop into their assholes almost immediately because why is HR saying this to me? Uh-oh, I am in trouble. And so that can ruin someone's whole day, that can dysregulate their system, that can throw them off for a week of time, especially if you're not meeting like right away and you're just saying, hey, can we meet later? So I think being really intentional with how you are reaching out to people, it's a really easy one.
That's a great one. Anything else in chat, Greer?
Yes, we have put subjects on meetings and emails.
Yes, please. Now, I will tell you, most of my meetings with my teams are called sync, but it's because my teammate and I, who I'm meeting with, have already talked about what that meeting will be, and it's on the calendar, and we know what it's going to be. So if that's the case, then fine. If that's not the case, yes, give it a subject. I'm going to go one step further. If you want to be super inclusive, give an agenda.
I was just going to say that.
Okay.
Yep.
Give an agenda. I cannot stand when I come to a meeting and I have no idea what it's going to be about and there is no agenda. I don't know if I need to prepare. I don't know what mindset I need to be in. I don't know if we're talking about, our pets or our kids, or if we're talking about the latest audit that happened. So always put an agenda in a meeting. It's really super helpful, especially for neurodiverse people who like to have their day planned out in their head, like me. What else is in chat?
I will say too, I started declining any meetings that didn't have an agenda, and guess what started showing
Ooh.
up a lot?
Agendas.
So just a little behavior change.
Way to train your people. Way to train your people.
God, it's up to us. All right, so we have Alyssa who said, I'm practicing writing image description summaries for my stories on my Instagram for slides with pre-made content that Instagram interprets as just an image. This takes extra time, but the more I practice it, the easier it's becoming.
Exactly. You will find, so I love writing alt text because I can spit it out in a couple of seconds. You will find the more you do something like that and the more you find the point of distilling down what it is that you're trying to describe, the easier it comes to you. Yes, absolutely. The more you practice that, it will get easier, I promise. And also, what I tell people about alt text, you don't need to describe the entire image. You need to describe the point that the image is trying to make. So, for example, right before this call, I posted something on LinkedIn. I said, hey, we're getting started right now for Rethink Ability for my session. Here's the link to join right now. Here's the Zoom link. Boom. And on the image description, I didn't say that I'm a human, a white human with curly purple side shaved hair, or that I'm wearing my favorite shirt, which is my dinosaur astronaut shirt. I didn't say that because that wasn't the point of the image. The point of the image was that Dr. Young was logged on, ready to go with their headphones on. That was the point of the image. So some people disagree with that, and some people really do think you need to give the full context of an image. I don't, because think about cognitive load. When you're glancing at an image, your eyes are unconsciously filtering out what it doesn't need from that image, and it's consciously filtering in what it does need. So if you think about it, you always want to match so that what you're doing for someone who might be disabled is what you would do for anybody. And when you think about it, we're both taking the same information from that image or that alt text. We're only taking what pertains to us. So if Greer was like, hey, do you notice anything different about my background? The first thing I'd be doing in the image is trying to find what's different. In Greer's alt text, she would put what's different because that's what she wanted people to notice. Does that make sense? So, if this was a test and Greer was like, what color is the ball in the stained glass dog's mouth? I wouldn't be looking at the candles and the stuff on the top of the shelf, right? I would be only looking at the dog. So that's why I tell people, please don't go overkill on your alt text. It's not a dissertation. You really don't need to, I promise you.
I love
What
that.
else?
And
Anything else?
I think a little caveat I'll throw into that too is if you're just starting, throw it into ChatGPT and ask it to help you write alt text. So that's a way to start building your muscle if you don't know where to start.
Exactly.
Carissa said, I'm going to remind people around me that we are not powerless. Systems are made up of people and people can change.
Yay! I love that.
I think
Great
that's
takeaway.
awesome. Kai said, I will decline all meetings that don't start 5 minutes later than usual to give myself and others a brain break. And then qualified that by saying, not all meetings, but at least one-on-one meeting requests and team meetings.
I love that. I will tell you, my team is not always the greatest about giving buffers between meetings. And sometimes when we go over, then we're in a hurry to get to the next meeting or we're feeling really like stressed and rushed. So I think that's fantastic.
Amazing. Christopher said, hashtag camel case. Hashtag
Yes.
hashtags. Yes. So very easy.
Yes. Yes, camel case is very easy. If you're not familiar with camel case, it means that you capitalize the first letter of each word in your hashtag. So if you haven't seen the really funny ones where it looks like it's a sexually inappropriate word in the middle of a hashtag because people didn't use camel case, then you know what I'm referring to. So yeah, always use camel case in your hashtags.
Yep. Paul said, well, I'll share Jen real quick said, and camel case is not a sign of AI. So just a good little fun thing. Paul said, if you are running a training class or something, do not have training classes every day for 8 hours a day. Did that for 3 months in a row, classroom style with interpreters. It was too much. They asked me afterwards what they could change for the future. I was like, never do that ever again. It was an overload of information and I can't look down and take notes or anything.
First of all, I'm both not surprised and appalled that there are organizations that do that. So let's recognize that. Also, if we think about, you know, what people can take in or what people are willing to do, if you're sitting there going, "Oh my God, I would never sit in a training like that," then why are you going to make other people do it? So when I do trainings, they're at minimum every other day, preferably twice a week, and for no more than 2 hours at a time. And honestly, I'm a huge proponent of micro learnings. If you can't learn it in 3 minutes, then find a way to break it down so that you can.
Yeah.
So
you say 2 hours, I'll give you 90 minutes and have that be my max. So I think we
oh, well, there's a whole bunch of breaks in there.
but
Whole
we can
bunch of
both,
breaks in
yeah, I
there.
think we can both agree that the long
Yeah.
adults don't learn like that. And so we have to appeal to how adults learn and be inclusive of them.
Now, I want to be mindful of time.
Yeah.
So since we have to be mindful of time because we only do have a few minutes left, I want to just share my screen and just go through. Oh, my screen doesn't even want to share. Oh, fantastic. That's awesome.
I can see if I have your presentation and I can share it if I have it.
Let's see. Yep, nope, Zoom does not want to click any buttons. That's awesome. Okay, so the TLDR of this is that inclusion isn't a program, it's a practice. You don't need permission to start being inclusive because, listen, are you ready? Are you listening?
Tell me that their camera just went out. There they
Are you
are.
listening? Are you ready? And then I disappear.
Yeah.
So slide 16, please. So you don't need permission to start being inclusive because your habits are going to be the culture. That's what I wanted to say when I said, are you listening? Are you ready? Your habits are the culture. Change is personal before it's systemic. You need to do the change within yourself first before you can start to change others. Okay. Next slide, please. If you remember one thing from this whole talk, please remember that small habits are what shape systems. Don't wait for a plan, be the practice. That's all I can say about that. And I would love to continue the conversation with you, preferably not over a Zoom that keeps glitching and kicking me out. So please reach out to me on LinkedIn. My full LinkedIn address is www.linkedin.com/in/Dr. Angela Young. You can also follow hashtag A11Y with Angela. And I would love to talk more with you about ways that we can take small steps to be inclusive every single day.
I said amazing. Dr. Young, one final request before you hop off of this call and we hop to break. Will you please share
Absolutely.
the link to your book in the chat so that anybody who is interested in learning more can check that out? But with that, anybody have any final thoughts, comments, anything before we break?
I might be able to share the link to my book in chat, although chat doesn't exactly like me at the moment.
If you can't, I will. So I can do that as soon as we hop off here.
Let me see if it will let me. Give me 1 second. So, co-authored a book. Actually, Kai Wong is on this call. Kai also was one of our co-authors. If you are a co-author on this book and I did not shout you out because I did not see that you were on the call, please shout yourself out in chat. I apologize for the really hideous link, but that link will take you to the Amazon link for our book. Now, if you are not a fan of Amazon, you can also find the book on bookshop.org, which supports local small bookshops, or on barnesandnoble.com, bn.com.
Amazing. We will also send that resource out once we follow up with the summit. So thank you so much, Dr. Ange. This was an amazing session. Really appreciate it.
I'm so glad you loved it. If you're curious about what the book is about, since I talked about the book without even telling you, it's called Inclusive Design for Accessibility. And it gives you lots of tips and tricks and practices for how to be inclusive in the way you design systems and components at work and in your life in general. It's a fabulous book, and it's on sale on Amazon right now too. So you get it a little cheaper than everybody else.
Amazing. All right. Well, I know what we all will be doing during our 10-minute break, going and buying that book. So thank you so much again. We'll be back in a few minutes, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, team, we are back for I can't believe it. This is our last session of the whole summit. I can't think of a better one to end on with some of the best people. So give me a second, everybody, as I go ahead and add all of our presenters in. So Jen, hi Jen, welcome Jen. We've got Carissa. Hi Carissa, welcome. Chris, hi, so good to see you. And then Sierra, and is that who rounds us out, or am I missing anyone? And Liz. And Liz. All right. Over to you all. Sierra, I'll pass it to you. And Shivani.
All right. Let me get my presentation up for y'all. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. What an amazing 3 days. Coming to a close. Hope to keep you engaged. And hopefully you're not too disturbed by either the incredibly loud construction happening right outside my house or my 15-year-old dog, which is snoring right beside me.
We can't hear any of those things, but we would love to see your dog if you wanted to show us them.
He is literally napping.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that then.
Yeah. So I'll leave those things. But yeah, good. Apple doing its job then, cutting out the sound. All right. We are looking for a screen. Yeah. Going back. Here we are. Everybody can see. Moving beyond compliance to build a truly inclusive culture. Yes? Maybe thumbs up or some nods or some. Okay. All right, y'all. We'll get started. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Today, we're going to explore, right, what it means to move beyond just compliance to build a truly inclusive culture in your organization. And the key here is to just go beyond, right, the bare minimum requirements that exist and really embrace diversity, equity, inclusion as core values. And so that means fostering an environment where everyone can feel welcomed, respected, able to contribute in whatever means they can, by whatever means they can. It's about creating a culture shift, obviously not just checking the boxes. So we really need to challenge our assumptions, our biases, and empower all of our underrepresented groups. And by doing this, of course, we can unlock full potential of our workforce and really drive innovation through diverse perspectives. So there's a lot of us just in this last session. I just got to thinking about alt text here, and I thought, well, 7 happy humans, right? Just hoping to help and hoping to have a good time here with y'all with this inclusive policy design. So there I am on that left side there, Sierra, and then we have Leah, Carissa, Liz, Jennifer, Christopher, and Shivani in the mix here who helped bring this presentation to life today. So in the chat, if you wouldn't mind, just let us know how you're joining this call today. Audio only, maybe you've got captions on, ASL, maybe a screen reader, or some other amazing way that technology has allowed for you to enter this space. Just let us know in the chat. And as you're doing so, I am going to go through some shared commitments that we worked with as we built this presentation, but that we also offer you all, and as we enter into breakout rooms together and share this space, our commitments to each other. So designed to create a respectful, of course, inclusive and productive discussion. So just briefly, one mic. There'll be an opportunity for everyone to speak, and just one person speaking at a time. We'll make sure that we can avoid talking over each other. The step up, step back is an ask to balance participation, right? So everyone has a chance to contribute. Definitely assume good intent, but own your impact, of course, as well, right? Recognize that our intent may not match the impact we have on others, which leads into this ouch, oops repair. If someone says something hurtful, pause to address it. If you do, say sorry and thank you for the correction. Ask before advice, so listen before offering suggestions unless someone specifically asks for input. And of course, the tried and true, nothing about us without us. We're going to center perspectives and experience of those most impacted. I'm going to pass it on to my co-host, Shivani, to talk a little bit about these micro teachings, our first one.
Thanks, Sarah. I appreciate it so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Shivani. My pronouns are she, hers. I am a conflict midwife and transition designer based in New York City. I'm joining you from my home apartment in New York, brick wall. The lights are on in the background because it's very gray and rainy out, and I have some leaks in my in my house. So if you hear some rain falling inside, you're not making it up. It's very, very possible. I have a couple bookshelves behind me. I'm sitting in front of a couch with a quilt that I made, a baby photograph that I really love in my corner, and some plants, of course, in on top of the bookshelves. I am going to talk briefly about the next couple of slides. Our first micro teach here, from compliance to inclusion. This first slide, the point of it is to really outline this journey from compliance to inclusion, that we kind of want to move from this check the box approach to one that's actually really co-designed well, right? That we kind of put this together. So there's 4 key stages along this timeline, or kind of spectrum here. The first one is checking the box. Second one is more performative. Third one is participatory, and the fourth one is co-designed. Every kind of stage along that, from 1 to 4, is a deeper shift towards deeper engagement, towards more inclusion, towards kind of more participation, more true inclusion, and not this like check the box sort of version. That first check the box stage is really that most basic, where organizations are just trying to comply with the basic legal requirements, usually of like, again, let's just check the box, make sure that we're not out of compliance with anything. Usually that kind of second step is more performative, when organizations start to do more, but it's superficial. It's just for show. It's kind of just for the sake of feeling like saying that they're kind of doing better rather than actually doing better. The third stage is when we start getting into more participatory inclusion work. That's when organizations are really actively engaging stakeholders, but that is often not, it's like a really top-down sort of design, right? Sometimes that participation might come after the fact or might come too late. What we are really trying to get towards is our fourth stage, which is co-designed as like an ideal situation where organizations, stakeholders really work together as actual partners, and that partnership is really incentivized well, it's structured well, it's structurally supported, so that those inclusive solutions are really well designed and built kind of from the ground up. I can ask you to go to the next slide, please, Sarah. Thank you. Make sure I get my notes here too. So our kind of like major what we call anti-patterns to avoid, or kind of things to kind of look out for and try to not do, or try to kind of move towards when we're moving more towards a designed, co-designed sort of process. This sort of introduces the topic of that piece of outlining those 4 different anti-patterns. The first anti-pattern, the first kind of thing to look out for, is what we call launch without listening. It's solutions that are based on like understanding before we actually get the needs thing. It's not just like coming up with something. So what we often see in organizations is we know that there's a problem, but let's just kind of slap a band-aid on that before we actually understand what the problem really is, what it actually looks like. The second anti-pattern is designing for the average, right? We know that there's no actual such thing as an average person, an average need. And so it kind of collapses everything down into a very flattened version instead of actually designing for the full range of accessibility, of diversity, of all the different needs that might exist. It kind of flattens everything down into, again, what we think should be there and not what we know actually should be there. Our third anti-pattern is really that participatory one. It's optics over outcomes. I'm sorry, it's the performative one. It's optics over outcomes, where it's really more based on making the organization look good. It's kind of how things might kind of be on paper, but not in practice. That's where the policies might exist, but the practices can still be really exclusive. And that's one where we can, where people will sort of, like organizations will sort of point at, but look, we have this policy on paper, but the actual lived reality of that is actually a pretty exclusive practice. And then the fourth anti-pattern that we talk about is free labor. It's extracting unpaid expertise from marginalized groups as a really harmful practice that should be avoided. So again, that's sort of structural support of actual inclusion, actual co-design. It means that free labor is not sort of taken advantage of. Our hope for these 4 anti-patterns is that we can offer you a framework for understanding these kind of common mistakes that organizations will run into when trying to become more inclusive, and things to look out for as what not to do, or what to kind of try to design for instead of, when we're actually moving towards true inclusion. Next slide, please, Sarah. Okay, so our major point of this slide is to move from compliance-driven approaches to more inclusion-focused approaches. There are these 3 major switches that we can make. Those 3 inclusion switches that we're kind of offering you all to experiment with is to move from this one, consult after the fact, to actually co-designing from the start, right? So many different organizations say, hey, we really want to be more inclusive, and then they put something forward, and then afterwards they say, oh, hey, can you take a look at this proposal and see, or this policy, and see what you think? And so often that is like something's been rolled out that's actually kind of problematic. And so co-designing from the start is a really strong way to move towards more inclusive practices. Our second switch that we encourage people to make is to shift from accommodation on request to access by default, right? Changing from the kind of baseline as like you have to ask for something before it's going to happen to our whole point is really trying to design for access and accessibility from the get-go, and that's actually our default thing, right? We're going to introduce ourselves, we're going to describe our surroundings, we're going to use closed captioning, we're going to do kind of best practices that are from that more access by default approach rather than having people needing to ask for what they specifically need and potentially have to disclose things that they don't want to necessarily enclose. Our third shift is transitioning from policy on paper to actual practice in rooms, right? This is not sufficient when it's just a policy that's on paper, something that kind of lives on a shelf and dies on a shelf that we never actually get to see and live out. But actually, what does that policy look like in practice? What does it look like in the room? We're going to go into more of these switches and kind of explore how we actually do that, especially in our breakout rooms later. I think that's it from me. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you. Definitely. Just a quick chat question for y'all as we rapidly went through these micro teachings here. This first one, just where's your organization on the continuum? Are you feeling like it's a check the box exercise? HR is just kind of stamping. That's it. Performative. Maybe you've got some Instagram posts. There's a little bit of marketing around the thing, but the lived experience, the real experience inside those walls is not actually inclusive or participatory, right? We're moving towards, maybe we're surveying, maybe we're actually having conversations. There's an effort being made, but it's not quite co-design, which is that truly inclusive practice. Or maybe you actually do have this and hip, hip, hooray. Please tell us what's working. Share that organization. Just in the chat, where's your organization on the continuum? Yeah, I'd love to know one that isn't check the box. Yes, yeah. I think that is more often than not our experience, any of our experiences. And as you're answering that one, similarly think about this one. Relatedly, in your organization launching programs, policies, procedures, activities without actually listening, change efforts, without including the people who it'll impact the most, maybe designing for average, as if a one-size-fits-all approach ever worked. Or optics over outcomes. Again, I think back to like all the black squares on Instagram I saw, and then like nobody did anything really about DEI or free labor extraction. Oh, that's really exciting. New job today from Liz that is designing a space with me. Yes. And the conversation started about that before I even went in. Many hearts to that. Yes. Performative is common too. Yep, one-time training, but not changing your hiring process or performance policy or onboarding process. Yes, really got to think of the whole system. One piece is not enough to affect real change and true transformation. All right, y'all. Liz, keep us going with micro teach number 2.
Yeah, I really love how that question right before this was how many people have seen this in their organization. And I just happen to have found one that wants to work with me from the beginning. So hi, everybody. I'm Liz Jersick. In my previous life, I led workforce planning for a very, very large healthcare system. And as of this summer, I have a very high spinal cord injury. And so I am a partial quadriplegic. They call it quadriparesis when you have some movement, but not full movement. So if you see this thing on my face, this is actually my mouse. I cannot really type anymore. And so you talk about, the barriers and moving beyond just what the ADA says. I live it from a physical perspective every day in everything that I do. So I'm just going to get my notes up here. Okay, so let's talk about beyond ADA, right? So ADA is kind of like that floor. In the paralysis community, we call it, well, we can get in the building and there's probably a bathroom we can use, but what else is it that we can actually do in that space? More often than not, there's really not a whole lot that us folks that are in these types of wheelchairs or scooters or mobility issues can do. I can't reach things on a high shelf, for example. And then it is that legal baseline. So it is a federally mandated law. It has you to open a business and run a business, you have to do certain things to make it accessible. But that's really where it is. It's just compliance. It's minimum standards. And we really need to think about it as that basic element. But inclusion goes way beyond that, to actively welcome and enable equitable participation for people with diverse needs. It could be somebody like me with a spinal cord injury, and it can be anything from, having those photo captions, right? What does this actually mean and portray? So there's such a wide variety that it's never that one size fits all solution. So inclusion really means creating an environment where everybody's feeling welcomed and valued, and they can fully participate and not just meet that technical requirement. I can tell you that I want to use my brain and feel like I have a place to really give value back to the community. And it's been a struggle for me to try to find any kind of outlet where I felt like I could really do that. And the goal really does need to be beyond that checking the box for that ADA compliance if you're looking for that inclusive environment. And I am choosing to work with a place where I start immediately after this presentation, by the way, because they wanted to hire me knowing my limitations very much up front and said, we welcome you, and we are going to design this space with this kind of desk work for you. I was blown away at the way that the person who owns this practice was just discussing it with me. So next slide, please. So there are 5 questions to ask during the design phase. So the first is, who's the most impacted and how are they being meaningfully included from the beginning? I can tell you from a workforce planning and workforce development type of perspective, large corporations do not do this from the beginning. It is not designed into the practice. The practice is, how can, people do this the most efficiently and effectively, not how can we bring the various types of people that may be qualified for these roles and make them successful in it. This is a new, very refreshing perspective for me from my previous professional career. The second is, what are their stated access needs constraints, right? We have to know what those are. And some people aren't even comfortable telling them. What can we assume would, not just assume in a negative way, but put things into place that fit a lot of different people and their needs without having to explicitly state it. I cannot say that enough, right? And then what are the potential harms that this project could create or reproduce, and how can you mitigate those? What negative things might come from this design, and how do you get ahead of that and design for those possibilities as well? And then what's the smallest reversible experiment you can co-run, right? Not everything has to be a massive change all at the same time. You can do things incrementally in small steps, right? Every step forward to inclusivity is a step forward to really bringing that culture and the value to the people that need that inclusivity. But sometimes the things that we design just don't work, right? So how do you design things that can quickly fail and then bring them back and redesign with the lessons that we learn? And then how do you use the feedback loops and show what changes? So it's not you do one thing and you just kind of let it drop, right? We all know that process improvement, you do it and then you never look at it again, and it's like, oh boy, that really didn't help us. But it's a continuous process of creating these inclusive practices. And then how do you start building that in and continuously using that feedback to make them better and better? There are 2 boundaries that we have to respect in this. The first is we have to compensate for lived experience. And the second is we don't want to extract trauma for learning. some people are comfortable reliving or rehashing, at least within the paralysis community, of how did they get there, right? I'm very comfortable telling my story. There are a lot of people who are not and do not want to relive some kind of accident or thing that has happened. They just want people to respect and understand that these are the limitations that they have. And so we cannot assume that or try to get people to tell their story to figure out, well, why are they even asking this? It's not appropriate. We shouldn't be doing it. Next slide.
All right, y'all. We could blab at you all session, but we really want to co-create, right? We want to co-design something here together. So we are going to be breaking into separate rooms in order to work on an inclusive hiring policy, right? Inclusive hiring is crucial for building a diverse and equitable workforce. And we're going to put you all in a breakout room on a mission. And that's to design a hiring policy that goes fully well beyond ADA compliance to truly embrace inclusion. The current ADA baseline covers some important legal requirements, like providing reasonable accommodations and ensuring an accessible application process. But we want to push further. Like Liz said, maybe you can get into the building and maybe there's a bathroom, but what else? Right? So how do we make sure that people are actually making it into the process and sticking through it all the way and having an opportunity to actually get hired at the end of that process? So your goal is to co-design a hiring policy that actively promotes inclusion at every stage, from outreach to interviews and to onboarding. And I think that with 6 facilitators and the number of participants here, we'll probably have enough rooms for each facilitator to be in a room. You'll have 20 minutes to collaborate, and then still in that breakout room, 4 minutes to just prepare a report back. And we are going to chat a template policy document to you. And there will be tabs. We're working in Google Docs. So there'll be a tab for your breakout room with I believe the name of your facilitator even, so that you will know where to go. You won't have confusion when you enter that document. Jennifer, are we ready with the breakout rooms? Or Christopher, our tech
We are. I
gurus?
think we may want to do a little bit shorter just because we only have until 25 after for the full session. And I know we want to do
Perfect.
some time. So I think let's do 20 minutes total. So that'll include time to
Beautiful.
prep for report back, if that works for everyone. All right. I'm going to open
Yeah.
the room so you will see an invitation to join the breakout room.
And by invitation, she means that there is the more button on the bottom that has a 1. So click the 1 and then click breakout rooms, and we'll see you back.
I think it may have been the type where it just sends people without
Oh, hell
consent, which I
yeah.
didn't know that was possible. So
Okay, but it didn't send us. That's
yes.
great. Okay, that's great. All right, yes. Oh, Jess is still here as she wanted to be.
Didn't you want me here?
I did, yes. I'm
Okay.
so
Hi,
glad you're here.
Jen.
Hello, hello.
Bye, Christy. All
Okay,
right, I'm gonna go on mute and use the restroom.
do it.
Greer, remind me how long until they come back? How many minutes do we have before they come back?
I'm seeing
We have
12 minutes.
12 minutes.
12?
Yes.
I could walk around the block in that time.
But you won't.
I might.
You could do it.
No, I'm not going to.
Prove it.
No,
Prove it that
I'm
you-
not. I
prove
did
it
it
that you
yesterday, but it was helpful, but we're almost done. So I'll just,
can. We'll just go do a quick jog.
Oh, yeah. I'm not increasing my heart rate now. Are you crazy?
Okay, bye.
Bye.
I know we have a few folks joining. We are in breakout rooms right now for the next 6 minutes. I'm happy to put you into a breakout room if you want to join and just observe, or you can wait until everyone comes back in at about 20 after the hour. So feel free to let me know in the chat if you want to be added to a breakout room. Okay, for those of us in the main room, we are about to bring everyone back in from their breakout rooms.
Oh, hell yeah.
In 1 minute. They're getting the countdown.
All right, coming back. Getting my screen up. All right. We had, I think, some pretty intimate groups with just a few folks in each. So maybe we could just start from the first on the list down to the last. It was at the top of our ADA compliant policy document. Whose breakout room was that? Which of our facilitators had the first one?
That was me. That was
Okay.
me. Who was in my group? Janelle, I think you would offer a really interesting perspective, given that sorry if I'm gonna out you here, but that you're new to this journey. And so I think that added a really interesting way of conversation about looking at what questions. There was probably a lot more, Sarah, what I would say is probably there were a lot more questions about why do we need to be thinking about this beyond compliance? And so that was an interesting conversation to be
Yeah.
having. So, Janelle, don't know if you want to come off mic and add anything to that.
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline,
You're
sorry,
close.
Jacqueline.
It's okay. You're close. Really, for our conversation, because I am so new to this and I want to get it right, I have a lot of questions on, am I overthinking? Am I not thinking clearly enough? Have I exercised discretion to where I've just exhausted? So I think those are just a lot of questions for me so that I can make sure that each place, each clinic, each hospital is more inclusive in what we're doing to actually support real workers and people that are looking for work. Because I feel like that's such a huge burden right now in healthcare. We're not opening our lens as much as we should be.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, and wherever you're starting, right, is a great place to start. If you're new to this, you're in the middle, you're a seasoned vet, there's still so much to learn, particularly as we become more aware of all of the differences, right, that make up, the patterns of the human species. We're going to learn things, right, new things that we didn't know, even the experts. So thank you for your questions. That is exactly the mindset that we need. It's just asking questions. How can we do this? How can we do better? What should I be thinking of? Am I overthinking it? What is the benefit to doing this? Thank you for willing to ask those questions and for taking those steps at your organization. Next group, somebody want to come off mic and share from our second breakout room?
Yes. We decided I can be the report out. So I'll share what came up in our group. I was in a group with Leah and Krista, and we went kind of through each step of the hiring process and talked about what are some things that we might change. So we started with the job posting. We talked about changing the way the job posting is written. Krista had the great idea of describing what is the impact the job has and what would the day-to-day responsibilities be versus saying like what past experience is required of the candidate. And that kind of opens up who might apply. We also talked about just like what kind of language, like adding to the policy, like some guidelines around what kind of language not to use that might be exclusive or discourage people from applying. Um, and then we talked a little bit about like what are some things that we might measure to see the impact of changes that we might make. So we talked about like measuring pass-through rates. We talked about like if you changed the EEO statement to something more proactive and talking about values and inclusion, would that impact who applies and the type of people that applied? We talked about, you know, the importance of like measuring those pass-through rates to see if there actually is an impact, because even if you change your job description and you do an amazing job at that, but recruiters are still kind of looking at applications in the same way, you might not see that same impact. So that's some of what came up in our group.
Yeah, right on. Next group. What's
All
your
right.
share?
I think that's, yeah, we're group 3. And we had a very, very tiny little group and it was beautiful and very mighty. So we had a couple of pieces. I think our group was really talking about, like, I think they already have a fantastic kind of job hiring policy process in place. And we really started with the very beginning with like, there needs to be a really phenomenal job posting that really well matches the actual job description. And like, that sounds like such a basic thing, but I think that that's often something that's really missing, right? That like the job posting doesn't always match the real job description, the real requirements of the job. So even just kind of like starting with this very basic thing, but was like a really profound, I think, to place to start. We talked about trying to remove barriers like mandatory degrees and validating lived experience instead. So that's like one option, one kind of easy thing to make lots of different kinds of experience count. And that was true both in the kind of the evaluation process, but also in our like hiring and interview process. So we were talking about things like making sure that there are lots of different ways of participating and like trying to recognize those different participation styles. We were talking about it first as just introverts versus extroverts, right? If we have somebody who's really introverted in a space that wants to has to participate in a group interview process, that's going to be a really difficult thing to do. And we want to kind of validate or offer lots of different ways of participation. We talked about the importance of having some really standardized core questions for consistency across every single candidate, but also wanting to make sure that evaluation criteria is consistent across candidates, and also wanting to allow for that flexibility for equity, and again, that like different ways of participation and different strengths that people have, and like not dinging people for what we maybe think would be a difference of participation style or actually an accessibility question. We talked about transparent communication. We talked about not mandating disclosure, but trying to keep the conversation open, making sure there's lots of different ways of feedback loops for continuous improvement so that people kind of at every point in the process have a chance to reflect on what's working and what's not working so well. Those were there's so much more that I keep talking about, so I'll let it go for now, but some really great highlights in that conversation.
Definitely tiny and mighty indeed. Liz, do you want to speak for our group? I can also chime in.
We might as well do it together. We took the approach where we read through the document, kind of picked the document apart a little bit, kind of this analytical approach to it. And one of the biggest things that I feel I'm walking away with is the discussion around the murky language within that particular document really doesn't define anything. So you have a bunch of words that say like, especially around undue hardship, right? Well, what is that? And what is that for your organization? What constitutes it? Is a $700, for example, head mouse undue burden, or is it something like $30,000 to demolish an existing bathroom to create a new one? All of those are different thresholds, and it doesn't say anything in there who the decision maker is on that threshold and what that threshold even is. And if you don't have that, then someone's just going to say, nah, for whatever reason, without any kind of actual reasoning behind it. that's my big takeaway. How about you?
Yeah. Well, I, like you said, we read through the document. My first note that I made was actually just in the name of the policy, that if we're aiming for the floor, we're going to land on the floor. So ADA compliance was like, why don't we at least just change semantics here? I mean, part of having a set of values is that that, to some degree they're espoused, right? It's a North Star. You are aiming towards something better, and you probably are going to always be improving and adapting and right, moving forward on those things. And the learning that you take in ongoing over time is going to mean that you're acting on those values in a new and different way. And so it's maybe always just like slightly out of reach, but it's a stretch goal that you're always aiming towards. So I just changed the name first and foremost. And then, yeah, decision making, who's making decisions? How are we documenting the decisions that are made? That's always been a big one for me. I come from 11 years in human resources, and the degree to which people want to avoid documenting their decisions, something I was always educating around. So like, why did we make this decision? Can you back this up? Why aren't you writing this down? Maybe think about that. Why? What is the why behind this decision? And then training, it's itty bitty little like one sentence line about training. Every year, HR is going to get ADA training. Again, you're aiming for the floor, you're going to land on the floor. All right, y'all. Was there a fifth group? Liz and I were in the same group,
We
but
had
there was
too many facilitators, and yeah, not enough.
Okay,
to
all right.
make it
So
big enough.
good. So we're not
Just the
missing
four.
anybody. Cool. Thank you. All right, y'all. That concludes our time together. We are going to be putting together a resource packet for everybody. All these folks on the screen here, these are email addresses. So if you'd like to get in touch afterwards, you can absolutely get in touch with us. The slides will go out to you. Christopher has kindly offered to take all those notes that we collected either verbally or in the policy document itself to send out to participants so that you can refer back to the materials that we covered today. And the contacts, of course, are going to be in the resource packet since you'll get the slides. Feel free to share your LinkedIn or your email with everyone in the chat, right, that you connected with today. It is always helpful to stay connected, to learn from each other. Again, no matter where we're at in our inclusion journey, we can all collaborate more, share ideas more, learn from each other, and better ourselves, right? So if there's nothing else, I'll bid you all adieu. Thank you for coming. This is a phenomenal 3 days. Thank you, Greer, and the organizing party for setting this up in the first place. We were all happy to participate. And I hope you enjoy your Halloween and the rest of your weekend and stay moving forward
Amazing.
to building a truly inclusive culture.
Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate that. I'm going to close this out real quick because all of a sudden we're at the end of our 3 days, which is absolutely wild. I don't even know if I could summarize what I just experienced because the 3 days that we just went through were really powerful, really moving, and really showed how easy this work can be if we put some intention behind it. So for today, a few things we walked away from is inclusion is a practice, not a project. So it needs to be built into your behaviors, and every single day, I will leave you with build it into your leadership's required behaviors and then tie it to their compensation because there's really no other way that things are going to change. The second is tools and strategies make action possible. Telling isn't teaching. We cannot just have people be told something one time and then expect them to pick it up, to know how to do it, to know what's in it for them, what the takeaways of that are. So clear is kind. Make sure that you are giving people the why of what they're working on and how it's going to impact them and the others. And then finally, from today is accountability. I think none of this matters if we don't have mechanisms for accountability to reinforce all of these processes and practices and ideas that we just talked about today. So again, tie things to people's pay if you want things to be different. Talk about it in job interviews, talk about it in your onboarding, and ensure that it's something that you really go back to throughout the year as well. So what's next? There's a lot that you all can do, but we encourage you to do one thing. Whatever that one thing is to you, commit to it. spread the word, let others know that that's something that you're going to do, and encourage them to come along with you. Share the why. Be an accomplice in this situation. We want you to really reflect on yourself, your role in all of this, and how you impact inclusion. What are the words you're using? Who's in the room when you're making decisions? Things like that. Stay connected. We're going to be sending you all a lot of information after this, resources. You'll get access to all the videos. But we are excited to say this isn't the end. We are going to be launching a formal People Geeks community focused on disability and inclusion after this. And we are in a lot of conversations to continue this work and to make sure that this topic isn't one that stops during Disability Awareness Month. So thank you, everybody. This was amazing. Everybody who put their time in, who joined, I cannot say thank you enough. We will all see you soon because we're all going to continue to do the work together. So thanks, everybody.